Your person? Yes, how he is right here. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, good to see you.
Please take a seat, and may I remind you to turn off your wonderful melodious cell phone. We love the different kinds of sounds you have on, but if you could just please turn them off, we appreciate it. Okay, it's my pleasure to be chair and discussant of this, our second panel, of which I know next to nothing about. No, I know a little bit about one of the panelists, but what did you say? Could you please turn off or put your cell phones on silent, please? Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our three speakers today. Our first speaker is Dr. Ahona Panda. She's assistant professor of history at Armenian College and a historian of modern South Asia, specializing in 19th and 20th century Bengal. Our second speaker is Dr. Armenian, who has a comparative literature doctorate from UCLA and lectures in the program for Armenian studies at Irvine, where she is a visiting scholar in the Department of Comparative Literature. And our third speaker is Peter Cowie, Madras Distinguished Professor of Armenian Studies and Director of the Center for World Languages at the University of California, Los Angeles. I happen to be Huli Bedayan, Professor of History and Huli Family President, Chair of Armenian Studies at UC Irvine. Welcome again. They will each have a few minutes. I will signal for them with different ways about 15 minutes. And I will, unfortunately, cut them off at 20 minutes, just so we, out of respect for other panelists and students. I'm sorry, 22? Oh, 22. Okay, they have been given 2 extra minutes. Okay, at 22 minutes. I will go like this at 20 minutes. Okay, so without further ado, please welcome them. Give them a warm, hearty welcome. Make them feel like you want to hear them. So thank you to West Aslanyan for inviting me to a conference in which I'm learning a great deal. And for asking me to revisit a theme that's very close to my heart, people causing trouble in 19th century Kolkata. So Antony who was born in 1786, died in 1836, known in popular memory as Antony the referring foreigner, does not fit into the story of the Bengal Renaissance, which was usually associated with the consolidation of English education in the Bengal presidency through the founding of the Hindu College in 1817. Antony was from the French territory of Tamil of Portuguese descent, and distinguished himself as a singer-songwriter in the popular vernacular traditions of music that both built upon and departed from classical Hindustani music. So the traditions that were popular in Calcutta at the time were the Akrai, the half Akrai, the Boitoti song, Topka, and the more rural performative traditions of Kogigan, which became and reinvented itself in Calcutta in the late 18th century. So these popular singing contests were relevant of an earlier time and both of rural life and courtly cultures. And they were steadily making their way into the geography of the new colonial city. Another patrons of this music were the rich traders and colonial landowners who had settled in huge mansions in the northern part of the city. Antony distinguished himself among such luminaries such as the singer Rani Gupta, devised the semi-classical Bengali Topka form, Bola Modok, who's actually a street seller who became a singer, and others. So this cultural landscape of early 19th century Calcutta, which is basically what I'm going to early to mid 19th century Calcutta, which I'm going to talk about today, under the East India Company was a transitional one. From the late 17th century onwards, the Portuguese, the Armenians, French, even the Danish had settled in towns on the banks of the river Kuki. And here that I have a map from the late 18th century. This version was revised in the early 19th century, and it kind of gives a sense of the kind of different parts of Calcutta in this period. And Professor Hussain referred to it in her talk today. But this map also shows the division of Calcutta into the white town and the black town. And again, Professor Hussain mentioned this earlier, but of course there was a third part of the city as well, which was the liminal area that housed the city's Jewish quarters, Muslim quarters, communities of Buddhists, Parsis, the Portuguese, Eurasians, the Anglo-Indians, and the Armenians. So two of the people I speak about today were of Portuguese descent who lived in the shadows of this deeply segregated space. The first of them, as I mentioned, was Antony Hensman, about whom information is quite scarce and who almost became a mythical character in folklore as a result. The second person I will speak today is a figure who became a founding person in the history of the Bengal Renaissance, the scholar and teacher Henry de Rosio, a name that was perhaps derived from G. Rosario, and who inspired a generation of young men at Hindu College to question the dogmas of religion and superstition to reason. So how and why did two mixed-race men emerge as such compelling figures in Bengali history? The answer, I think, lies in their precarious racial positionality and in the way they made crucial linguistic choices. In fact, the language question also emerges as paramount in the final figure I will speak about today, Michael Madhusudan, who was indisputably the leading poet of 19th century Bengal. Antony came from a family of salt traders, and he fell in love with a Brahmin widow, and living with her turned out to be difficult exercise in the town of Chandanagar. So they moved to a village called Gireti. Eventually, Antony moved to Calcutta. But while they were still in Chandanagar, Gireti, so her name, the woman that fell in love with her, different accounts give her name differently. Some call her Shodamini, some call her Nirupama. And she continued to follow the Hindu faith and urged Antony, who earlier on had an amateur interest in music, to perform during the annual worship of the goddess Durga. And Antony formed a band of musicians to perform on such occasions. But again, some accounts from the 19th century argue that he depended on other composers, such as Gorokhnath or Chakravarti, who were also immensely popular in his contemporaries, to write the songs. And we don't really know the exact attributions. So I would say that Antony eventually moved to Calcutta, and where he lived in the Grey Town area of Bogazar. And a Kali temple is still believed to have been constructed by him, but still there, called Trinity Kali. So the song that I'm playing right now is from a 1967 film that followed a play that was written on Antony, also in the 1960s. And it was played, and the character of Antony was played by the most popular Bengali matinee idol of all time, Uttam Kumar. And anyway, I don't want to talk about the film, but I kind of just wanted to show the play to get a sense of the way that these music content unfolded at the time. And the lyrics are the lyrics that are covered in the song. I have translated, I didn't want to put the subtitles, but I just put it next to the video.
আমার খোদারে সুন্দর হরিতে
Okay, so I mean, the video kind of shows how everyone loves it. But it followed of course, it followed one of his antagonists questioning him. So again, in the existing accounts of this contest, it's a matter of question like who actually was his antagonist in this, whether it's attributed to a musician Ram Boshu, who tells him this is translation of the lyrics. Child, in vain have you prostrated yourself in front of Krishna. Take your pardon in your goddess, you would face your face with lying, that is, in a big disgrace. And Antony responds, and this is pretty interesting because this is the only lyrics that survive that are actually attributed to him without any. So Antony responds, there are no differences between Patriarchy and Krishna. Oh brother, people who are around and I do not heard of something. We who is my God and faith in this my sonnets clearly demonstrates himself identifying as Indian. And it's a clear shift from Antony's apologetic self-identification as Syrian or foreigner. In poems such as the sonnets and longer verse, book of verse that he wrote, these poems are analyzed as written in the vein of English Romanticism. A profound melancholic self-questioning runs through this poetry, and here I just shared like a couple of lines. Why dost thou love me so, life? Do I not hate thee, and thy gifts accursed? There's a strife my soul has long engaged in, 'tis with fate. After all, at this point came the question of who was an East Indian. In 1831, de Rosier led an appeal for civil law jurisdiction to the British government on behalf of the Eurasian community. And on the left, that's a copy of the petition that was sent to Parliament. It was printed by the Baptist Mission Press in Calcutta. And the meetings were held in the town hall. And I'm just reading out a couple of sentences that de Rosier wrote towards this petition. Your petitioners, although neither Hindus nor Mohammedans, but Christians in their feelings and principles, habits and associations, are entirely excluded when resident in the interior from the benefits of the law of England. So defined as a group of mixed race people born to native mothers and European fathers out of wedlock, the positioning of East Indians was precarious, as evident when de Rosier was dismissed from his job at Hindu College, because under his intellectual influence, native Bengali students had begun to question the orthodoxies of their time, including law, custom, and empire. In his correspondence, de Rosier responds to the charges that because of him, wealthy students had become disobedient to their fathers. On the contrary, in one of his letters, de Rosier writes that he took great pains to explain to his students that even the most obstinate of fathers deserve filial respect. Ultimately, de Rosier resigned from Hindu College, but after his death from cholera, young Bengal, or the de Rosians, his students, reorganized itself, and some of his students went on to defy societal expectations in the most outrageous of ways, including one Dokinaranjan Mukherjee, who married the widow of the Raja of Burdwan 2 decades prior to the Widow Remarriage Act of 1856. What was more damning was the continuing spirit of unrest against the colonial authorities, such as protesting the lack of protection of the peasantry and police corruption under the company's rule. But perhaps the essence of the Bengal Renaissance was not just a process that entailed social, legal, religious, and agrarian reform and transformation in the wake of empire. One could think of the Bengal Renaissance characterized as a spirit of defiance, wherein native subjects in the colony demonstrated over and over again a tortured relationship with British liberalism and what it had to or not had to offer. Sometimes this radical defiance took the form of young men rebelling against their fathers, as well as the empire, as was the case of Michael Madhusudan Dutt. Dutt, seen as the originator of modern Bengali poetry, came from a wealthy and landed family of lawyers in Jessore and attended Hindu College, where he converted to Christianity in 1843. He was then disinherited by his father, which led to an interesting life. He moved to Madras, married first an English woman, who he then left for a French woman called Henrietta, came back to Calcutta, decided to stop writing in English since his friends advised him to write in Bengali instead. His breakthrough success came as the first really successful Bengali playwright. And his early satires mercilessly poked fun at the young Bengal generation. However, stability was not Michael's strong point. When he eventually returned to Calcutta, he supported himself as a lawyer. However, both his literary and professional success didn't stop some of his habits like gambling. So he racked up huge gambling debts and eventually
another very important figure of the Bengal Renaissance, the scholar, pedagogue, publisher, social reformer, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar had to support him financially. Michael's position as the foremost figure of the 19th century and of Bengali poetry came from his poetic innovations. He introduced the sonnet and the blank verse in Bengali. He borrowed from Greek and Latin poetry and infused it with Hindu epic literature, famously retelling the epic Ramayana in the spirit of Paradise Lost. In the slaying of Meghnad, his magnum opus, the epic antagonist Ravana became its hero. Of his other notable works, Virangana Kavya, or the poems of the heroic women, was written in the style of Ovid's Heroides, in which Michael adapted stories of women from Sanskrit epic and Puranic literature, giving them distinctive voice and subjectivity. This unique distinctive fusing of Western literature with classical Indian literature in a completely modern idiom distinguished Michael from his contemporaries, who were content with more mundane poetic subjects and who did not have the tortuous relationship with the Western canon that Michael did. Between 1862 and 1867, Michael lived in England and France. While abroad, he composed one of his most famous poems that reflected how in his youth he had wanted to write for an English-speaking audience. And here is my translation of that poem. I'll just read it out. O Bengal, you have such gems in your treasury. These, the fool that I am, I neglect. Intoxicated with the health of others, I have traveled. In other lands, in an ill-fated moment, acting as a supplicant, I spent long days having abandoned happiness. I surrendered my body, my mind to sleeplessness and hunger. Stirred by fruitless devotion, I embraced the unembraceable. I played on moss, forgetting the lotus gardens. And then in a dream, the family goddess muse appeared. Here I've translated as the familiar muse goddess appeared, saying, "O child, it is agreed that a mother's lap is one of jewels. Why are you today in the garb of a beggar? Go home, you imbecile, go home." With happiness, I followed that command, and with time I found a precious mine in the form of my mother tongue, studded with a lattice of gems. Was Michael an outsider to the Bengal Renaissance, given that he occupies center stage in the world of literature? Certainly, he stands among some of the foremost men of their time, literally disinherited by their fathers because of conversion to Christianity. Although Michael was not a de Rosian, he stood in the ranks of those who questioned the prevailing orthodoxies of his time and who took on both conservative and reformist sections of Hindu society on questions of interracial love and gender. As playwright, for instance, Michael wanted to cast women in his plays. But since the only women who were ready to be actresses at the time were associated with sex work, a great benefactor of the theater, Vidyasagar, had to distance himself from the enterprise. What if we think of a comparison between Antony Firingi and Michael Madhusudan Dutta? Whereas the Portuguese Antony embraced the Bengali language and became iconic in popular memory, both the object of affection as well as the target of ridicule in his time, Michael was similarly positioned in a liminal space between Black Town and White Town. These racial and cultural liminalities, stretching against the long 19th century of empire, established Calcutta as a cosmopolis of aspiration and futility, creativity, and dissent. In the second half of the 20th century, Bengalis rediscovered the peculiarity of having the Portuguese in Antony as a Bengali poet, and a succession of plays and movies commemorated this unlikely coeval. Once Michael died in poverty and despair, he was immediately canonized as the voice of 19th century Bengal, but in his lifetime, nobody quite knew what to make of him. De Rosio had become a cornerstone of rebellion and poetic romanticism, but there is little historical reappraisal of the exact social and intellectual positioning of the great town of Calcutta. And I'm using this term to describe the intermediate regions of the city. A great deal of historical and historiographical attention has been given to the tremendous social and intellectual transformation of native society and the impact of the agrarian and industrial changes brought about by the British Empire. But part of my argument here resides in the claim that there was and can be no canonical figure in this history. Who was an insider and who was an outsider to these circles is a difficult question. And finally, the insider-outsider binary of this colonial society, characterized by such plurality and multiplicity, cannot simply be solved by figuring out the beneficiaries of colonial capital. The mysteries of belonging and unbelonging become clearer when we turn our attention to how language, here English and Bengali, were used to express a desire to translate the realities of difference and dissent.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here to participate in this conference among so many wonderful presenters. I want to thank Sebu Aslanyan for inviting me to come out of my 20th century area of specialty and consider this mid-19th century classical Armenian text. It's been exciting to work on it, and I have to say it's been quite generative. My paper is called Mobilizing Subjectivity in the Practice of the Nation, Taryatyan's Case for Women's Education. In his 1880 comedy of manners, Honorable Beggars, the Western Armenian writer Hagop Baronyan tells the story of a provincial merchant who comes to Constantinople to find a woman to marry. Rustic and pretentious, Apisorom Agha has accumulated rapid wealth through the empire's commercialization of agriculture. His arrival in the Armenian polity of the capital, with the distinct goals of marriage and the creation of an Armenian home, signal to the importance placed on education as a validating marker of social standing within the newly forged Armenian transnation. Apisorom Agha wants to marry an educated woman. In his initial encounter with the matchmaker, when he identifies the desired features he seeks in a wife by listing the language and arts attributes characteristic to a Western education, the matchmaker warns him, but you have to understand that girls like this don't do any work around the house. From morning to night, they cross their legs and sit around, sing, dance, and go out. I want to warn you so you won't hold me responsible later. Despite being satirically framed, what emerges here are the two dominant tropes through which Armenian women were represented in late 19th century literature as either homemakers or ornaments. Moreover, we see here the implication that the education of girls serves as a facilitator of the family's breakdown, as a bit later, the matchmaker also suggests the potential infidelity of this brand of educated wife. In turning to a seminal text written on the topic of women's education a few decades before Baronyan's novel, we can trace the development of these literary tropes and locate them within anxieties about notions of home and family as fashioned in early Armenian nationalist discourse. In 1847, Mesrov Taryatyan, an Armenian intellectual and educator living in Calcutta at the time, published a treatise called The Discourse on the Education of Women, which makes a compelling case for the importance of the educated mother in the raising of saviors of the nation, and thus calls for the establishment of a national public school that would cater to both boys and girls. While the treatise at times gestures toward emancipatory ideals, Taryatyan's call fits more aptly within other similar movements for women's education centered on the aggrandizement of women's domestic power within what Jenny Sharp has called a discourse that reproduces their subordination. Born in Yerevan in 1803, Mesrov Taryatians lived both as a student and as an educator in the communities of Echmiadzin, Arbat, Nakhichevan, and New Julfa. But much of his intellectual output is a product of his time in Calcutta, where he first visited in 1921. During his first stay in Calcutta, he worked as a teacher in the Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy and attended Bishop's College, where he studied English alongside Persian, Greek, and Latin. Upon returning and settling there some years later, he devoted himself to literary and translation work, subsequently editing the journals Askaser and Askaser Araradian, titles that bear nationalist connotations. While his 1847 treatise looks toward what he refers to as the enlightened peoples of Europe as the model for the movement for women's education, it should also be placed within local trends representative of the Bengal Renaissance, whose elites championed the cause of emancipation of women through education. As part of their efforts to transform Indian society throughout the 19th century, the Bengali intelligentsia sought to institutionalize women's education as distinct from the educational initiatives of missionary groups who promoted the teaching of girls as part of their religious operations. As a result, the first free public school for girls was established in Barasat in 1847, coincidentally the same year that Taryatians published his treatise. It should be noted that in 1846, a year prior to publishing his treatise, Taryatians, with help from the Araradian Society, had already established a school for boys and girls in Calcutta, named after the first Armenian saint, Subsantucht. The school lasted until 1857. In this paper, I examined Taryatians' treatise as an early effort of assigning political significance to female subjects within the modern conception of the Armenian nation. I argue that Taryatians' proposed reframing of the social meaning of womanhood is not driven by an emancipatory impulse. Rather, his explicit positioning of Armenian women as mother educators of the nation's progeny underscores the centrality of home and family to the project of nation-making, characteristic of nationalist discourse emergent across many colonial spaces. In emphasizing the urgency of the moment, Taryatians writes that the time has arrived when educated girls step into motherhood, not only through birthing, but through rearing as well. In other words, he claims that as mothers, educated women can feed both their children and the God-given, originary, and ancient nation of Armenia, both literally and figuratively. Here, in the pairing of birthing, zanund, with rearing, sanund, as a reformulated marker of womanhood, evokes the dual attributes of nature and nurture inherent to the shaping of one's sense of selfhood. By adding the task of nurture as a qualifier of women's role in society, Taryatians proposes an expansion to the function of motherhood assigned to women by sex. He suggests that through the institution of an educational system for women, their role can extend beyond the physical properties of childbirth to encompass the moral and intellectual instruction of their sons. Rather than being liberating, this reformulated definition further subordinates women within a patriarchal hierarchy by subjugating them now to their children as well. In the context of the nation, this familial patriarchal hierarchy positions mothers as their children's educators within a dual track that prepares sons as saviors and daughters as guardians of Armenians' national integrity. Taryatians makes several references to historic military figures, particularly from the Mamigonian dynasty, most notably to Vartan and his nephew Vahan, both of whom are celebrated for securing religious and political freedom for Armenia by rebelling against the Sasanian Empire. In underscoring an educated women's potential service to the nation, Taryatians writes that they will be able to bless the nation with Vartans and Vahans, or at the very least, with musicians like Khachaturian and the miracle workers like Shushan. We note, of course, that the care and instruction of boys is privileged over those of girls, who nonetheless have a role to play in the grand scheme of nation building. According to Tariatians's parallel invocation of Khachaturian and Shushan, educated mothers must raise girls as guardians of culture and religion. Khachaturian refers to the 8th century hymnographer who is said to have spent her life writing music in one of the grottos of Garni, the temple Garni. And Shushan Harashapan likely refers to Vartam Mamigonian's daughter, who was canonized as a saint for resisting, through prayer, her husband's torturous demands to give up her Christian faith. Ultimately, the case for women's education is located in the home sphere. For Tariatians, an educated woman's worth lies in her ability to curate the initial phase of a child's formative experience in this world. Oh, no, I'm on the second. For he argues that beyond the early years, it would prove difficult to correct the path of a boy who has strayed from the teachings of the church, meaning character, personality, and habits are incorrigible beyond a small window in a person's early development. Thus, he claims that motherly or maternal education and instruction, signifying here the vernacular education of the home space, are essential to the shaping of a child's pure, untouched mind within the moral framework of a Christian context, which in turn serves as the basis for the nation. Tariatians's understanding of the nation, therefore, is not distinct from religion. He argues, in fact, that the church is the defining institution of the nation around which the new political subject must carve his or her identity. In his essay, Textual Nation, Poetry and Nationalism in Armenian Political Culture, Khachaturian discusses Der Getzo, Lord Sustain, a poem written by an unnamed author and republished by Tariatians in his newspaper some dozen years later, and examines the dates of the poem's twin appearance in 1820 and 1847 to argue that figures like Tariatians were central to securing the textual continuity and connection, those are Tolilian's words, of Armenian thought, and thus narrativizing Armenian nationalism as a, again, I quote, cumulative phenomenon. In analyzing the shift from religious to secular imagery in the poem's arc, Tolilian proposes that the poem's use of the word ask, the Armenian word used over time to refer to Armenian church, the Armenian people, the Armenian nation, rather than signifying a religion-based collectivity, already displays references to the idea of the modern nation. In Tolilian's analysis, the poem exhibits awareness of belonging to a moment of discursive transformation of ask, when it no longer simply signifies the religious community of apostolic Armenians. We see a similar tension around the word ask in Tariatians's treatise, wherein national consciousness, patrie, and church are at times evoked interchangeably and at times listed side by side. It is precisely at the juncture of these three conceptual signifiers of ask that Tariatians makes his case for the importance of a standardized national educational system, which would serve the public by giving them a sense of consolidated national identity, cultivating in them feelings of territorial belonging, and teaching them to abide by the tenets of the Armenian Church. Those who wish to separate their children from national schools, he claims, do so at the risk of losing affinity to their people, to their land, and to the church. Throughout the treatise, Tariatians's argument builds incrementally around various claims to justify an educated woman's ideal. I'd like to quickly highlight some key elements of his argument to ask, what is the figure of woman, or the figure of the woman that emerges in Tariatians's text? One of the running themes in the treatise is Taliatians's high regard for European nations' Enlightenment era ideals and progressive principles vis-a-vis education. More specifically, he celebrates European women's contribution to society beyond their caregiving roles through their educational expertise, imatsagan makatsutiamp. Framing his reference as parinachans, or a well-intentioned envy, he urges his Armenian readers to feel the imperative to catch up as a nation belonging to one of the earliest people of the world, and to allow Armenian women to contribute to society with their intellect. For Tariatians, the seemingly novel idea about mobilizing women through education in the service of the nation is not revolutionary. It has precedence. He repeatedly shows examples of women in history resisting the will of foreign leaders and guarding their collective Christian identity, which he argues is central to Armenians and essential to their survival as a people. Therefore, the treatise approaches the topic of women's education with, one, a sense of urgency, two, as something that already has precedence, and thirdly, as something that is useful. Tariatians highlights the utility of education in the domestic sphere by claiming that for girls, the study of economics, for instance, will contribute to effective domestic governance and household management, that the study of mathematics will contribute to wise and frugal spending, and that the study of metrological sciences, weights and measurements, will prevent women from getting cheated within the context of the market while shopping or during home improvement projects. In these curricular objectives of the standardized educational system that Tariatians proposes, the figure of the educated woman the figure of the educated woman will possess the following idealized traits. She will be a God-loving bride, a man-loving wife, a child-loving human, a homemaker, an example of civility, an ornament to society, a steward of equity, an endless source of mercy, a headstrong public servant, a pious faithful, a virtuous caregiver to daughters, devout educators of children, a pillar of the church, and glory to the world. In his discourse on the education of women, Tariatians proposes a model for an educational system that seeks to create gendered subjectivity in the practice of the nation. Through a standardized curriculum that has the capacity to instruct the masses, Tariatians argues for the importance of fashioning women as political subjects in service of the newly emergent nation, which requires the cultivation of a collective consciousness that centers Armenians around notions of homeland and church. Women's arena of service is clearly marked as the domestic sphere. Their agency is to be practiced in the home, in the raising of their sons, who will become political leaders of the nation, hinting at the modernist reorganization, which will play out more starkly in the nationalist discourse that circulates in the decades to come. In theorizing patriarchy, sociologist Sylvia Walby distinguishes between private and public forms of patriarchy, claiming that the former, and I quote, is based upon the relative exclusion of women from arenas of social life apart from the household, with a patriarch appropriating women's services individually and directly in the apparent private sphere of the home. While the idea of expanding schools to cater to both boys and girls seemingly pulls women out of the private sphere and toward the public realm, potentially opening a path toward liberation, Tariatians' treatise suggests otherwise. National schools are presented as spaces for possible mass branding of women more definitively than before as mother housewives. In other words, women's subordination within a private patriarchal system is now nationalized. Ultimately, this articulation of the national project positions the school alongside the church as the new cultural institution that supports the notion that a woman's place is at home. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I too am very pleased to be a part of these proceedings. I too also have a debt of gratitude to my colleague Sebu for suggesting that for this presentation, I focus in greater detail on Mesrov Telyatyan as a novelist. And this has led in some very interesting directions. So my title is Intertextuality and Innovation, Mesrov Telyatyan's Experimentation with the Novel Genre in Comparative Perspective. This paper seeks to situate Telyatyan's exploration of fiction writing within a wider nexus of social settings invested in the production of extensive narrative works throughout the Armenian oikumene in the 1840s and 50s, while contextualizing this movement as a whole within the broader contours of the novelistic enterprise of the turn of the century, diffusing the romantic ethos in all its varied emphases and forms of expression. In so doing, it attempts to delineate the distinct profile of the author and his immediate readership in the Indo-Armenian community, while at the same time underscoring their participation in and contribution to larger scale processes of intellectual and cultural exchange. The end of the 18th and the first half of the 19th century marked an important era of transition in Armenian society and culture. Still relatively little researched. This process is generated by Armenians' incorporation into the inchoate world system and the involvement of their communities in trade networks established especially in the early modern period, rendering those urban middle-class capitalist societies literate and numerate, keen observers of innovation in the contemporary socio-political, economic, intellectual, cultural, and religious spheres, and concerned about the welfare of their homeland, to which they would transfer recent advances in technology and the arts. Since the medieval period, the Armenian cultural landscape had been dominated by the clergy, and an emphasis on religion and piety is sustained in the book trade of this period, together with the standard textbooks for use in largely clerically run schools. From the second half of the 18th century, the Mechitorist congregation had played a leadership role in advancing Armenian literary endeavor under the aegis of French neoclassical poetics. This only recognized verse genres, drama, lyric, elegiac, epic, etc. In contrast, prose in an idiom approximating to the vernacular was reserved for travelogues, magazine articles, and reportage. Consequently, the parallel narrative form embarked on by Telyatyan's contemporary, Arsène Bagratuni, was a vast epic entitled Haik Tutsazen, Haik the Hero, completed in 1855. Typical of the order's principles, it treats a theme of great antiquity rather than of current interest, with intertextual affinities with Homer and Virgil, and featuring the distinctly Mechitorist view of Armenian origins as being overtly monotheistic as a result of their lineage from Noah. Similarly, human agency is compromised by divine intervention, as in the works of another contemporary, Hophanes Vanantetsi, where readers' primary action should be pride in their ancestors' receipt of divine largesse. The movement's output was further divorced from the zeitgeist in that, being celibate monks, it was inappropriate to treat the subject of romance. Alishan's two slim volumes of the 1850s being devoted to affection for children and patriotism, respectively. At the same time, the presses in Constantinople continued to reproduce Near Eastern classics like the Alexander Romance and the Copper City, an episode of the Arabian Nights, both reflecting original lay initiative and a traditional secular aesthetic. Though here too, human causality was undermined by the interaction with fairies, demons, witches, and other denizens of the supernatural. Nevertheless, this era, as Gellner remarks, witnessed the increased activism of a new category of lay intellectual as proponents of the Enlightenment and the ideals of modernism in the domains of education, ethics, and the social practice associated with a contemporary civilized society. This is the matrix out of which emerged the initial novelistic projects of Khachaturian, Mesrov Taliatian, Hovsep Vartanyan, and Zakaria Gabrusyan. Significantly, all four were educators. Taliatian not only establishing schools, but writing textbooks, advocating for greater access to education for girls, as Talar has just presented, and pursuing humanistic scholarship. Consequently, the authors also evince a penchant for conveying various moral lessons through their writing, easing the process through the pleasure derived from fiction's appeal to the imagination, as Taliatian notes in the preface to his second novel, Veb Varsengan, Novel of Varsenig of 1847. They are also proponents of Romanticism, the various facets of which are powerfully expressed in their works. However, granted their domicile in different parts of the Armenian oikumene, the author's output manifests divergent intellectual genealogies and approaches. Although Taliatian and Abovyan both grew up in Transcaucasia and received a clerical training to the rank of deacon, the latter received a German-style higher education at Dorpat University that valorized the populace on the land as the true custodians of ethnic culture, and the importance of examining that through the lens of ethnography. In consequence, although, like Taliatian, he was aware of the appeal to young people of European novels, he sought out the oral, ashur, bardic, hikaye narrative of the Robin Hood-type figure Kuroli as the model for his novel Verk Hayastani, Wounds of Armenia, which he composed in his home dialect of Kanaker in 1841. Like the bard, Abovyan also interjects comments on events which disrupt the dramatic element of the novel as fiction, while his hero, Arasi, is also a bard who sings at emotional high points to the accompaniment of his saz. The radical departure from the traditional heroic cast resides in the protagonist's enlisting in the Russian army to liberate the Khanate of Yerevan from Persian rule, a reflection of events of the 1820s, as an embodiment of the author's fervent nationalism. Thus, this novel is more reminiscent of Taliatian's second, referred to above, which rests on a widespread folktale. In contrast, Taliatian's maturity was largely spent in Calcutta, in an Indian ambiance he cherished and whose history, mythology, and culture became the object of his intent fascination. There he received his higher education in English in the colonial environment of Bishop's College, a development which opened up for him, as for earlier generations of local Armenian intellectuals, wide new vistas of knowledge on a variety of subjects, including the model for his primary novel. As his immediate readers belonged to the educated middle class, he couched his narratives in a refined and nuanced register of classical Armenian, employing an extensive, subtly varied lexicon, an idiom held in high esteem among the Indo-Armenian community, if we are to judge from comments by Mesrov Seth. Moreover, if Taliatian's novel is set in Armenian antiquity, its perspective differs radically from the Mehitras treatment in drawing on his research on pre-Christian Armenian pagan tradition, published in 1830, which prefigures the more systematic engagement with the discipline by Bagrat Khalatians and Migotich Emin at the Lazarian Academy in Moscow in the 1870s. Moreover, the prime issues at stake are honor and courage, not creed and confession. In contrast, the last two novelists belong to the Armenian Catholic communion, in view of the widespread use of Ottoman in the community's nucleus in Constantinople. Hovset Vartanyan's Akabi story of 1851 was written in Armeno-Turkish, not Armenian, and manifests French cultural impact consonant with the multiplicity of political, economic, and cultural affinities binding the Ottoman capital with France. Meanwhile, its contemporary theme also exhibits nationalist concerns in reflecting the tensions between the Armenian and Catholic millets at the time that convinced intellectuals on both sides of the need to validate secular ethnic factors and symbols to affirm their underlying collectivity, since the confessionality of the millet system only served to sever them by highlighting doctrinal and liturgical differences. Meanwhile, his counterpart, Zakaria Gabrushan from Gerla, Armenopolis in Transylvania, then part of the Austrian Empire, also composed his 7-volume novelistic experiment in the 1850s. Unfortunately, this was never published, and hence is only accessible in manuscript form. His depiction of the life of Prince Peter and his wife Anna Maria celebrates harmonious family relations and social interaction, thereby transmitting apposite lessons on morals and etiquette. Clearly, these authors depended on a readership familiar with European novels, and indeed several appeared in translation in the early decades of the 19th century, acting as a catalyst for the original works that followed, as a reliable indicator of a culture's robust health. One might mention Robinson Crusoe, published in Venice, 1817-18 and 1836, Fenelon's Les Aventures de Télémaque, Venice, 1826, Samuel Johnson's Rasselas, Calcutta, 1826, and Bernard de Saint-Pierre's Paul et Virginie, Calcutta, 1830. And what is very significant here is that in the case then of novels originally published in English, they are translated into Armenian from French in the Venetian publications. And in cases where the original was in French, they are translated via the English in Calcutta. Moreover, intertextuality is a broad characteristic of Armenian cultural history, whereby whole works, scenes, iconography, and motifs are adopted from an external source and integrated into an evolving tradition. A few examples might be cited from the modern and contemporary literary repertoire. For example, the poet Migotich Beşiktaşyan's debt to Victor Hugo and Woolf in his treatment of the Zeytun affair of 1862. Alexander Shirvanzadeh's indigenization of Ibsen's A Doll's House as the core of his play Did She Have the Right of 1902, and Berge Zeytunsian's employment of Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot in his absurdist work Born and Died of 1995. Consequently, Taliatian is in good company in redacting the plot of Heinrich Tschirker's novel Abelino der große Bandit, Abelino the Great Bandit, published in 1793 via Matthew Gregory Lewis' relatively faithful English rendering, which appeared as The Bravo of Venice in 1805. As we have already remarked, all 4 incipient Armenian novelists represent the ideals of Romanticism. Consequently, heterosexual love is central to their project. For Gabrushan and Taliatian's second novel, the theme of conjugal love is central, while for Abovian and Vartanyan, it is unattained. In the first instance, the hero sacrifices his personal fulfillment with his beloved as a martyr to patriotism, whereby nationalist ideology now claims the absolute allegiance once viewed as the perspective of religion, while the second falls a victim to the interconfessional strife between his millet and that of his beloved, which obstructs their love union. Meanwhile, Ciocca's original novel presents an individualized focus on the life and loves of a young dispossessed Neapolitan nobleman, Rosalvo, who, having lost one beloved to a local adversary, then forms an amorous attachment to the Doge's niece, Rosabella, whom he saves from an assassin's attack in Venice, and whose hand he ultimately is worthy of receiving in marriage upon foiling a plot against her uncle. The work is an emotional roller coaster for the reader. For the twists and turns of the plot regarding the youth's fortune, as well as the tempestuous relationship he engages in with a young woman, where the latter's misinterpretation of the youth's overtures leads to cycles of separation, remorse, profound yearning and pining, and reunion before ultimately attaining equilibrium. While Taliatian moderates some of the sentimental hyperbole to facilitate the interweaving of the personal with the patriotic, the romance remains a crucial element in his novel also. True to his romantic credentials, we also observe Taliatian's attention to his hero's physical environment, while Ciocca lightly sketches the moonlight atmospheric opening where the protagonist rescues an unsuspecting noble from attack, or the gardens where he first meets Rosabella. Our author frequently waxes lyrical on the beauty of the landscape, adding a section to his original in order to develop this motif, thereby anticipating the canvases of Hofanassar-Wazowski in the 1860s. However, his goal is not self-motivated like Beşiktaşyan's poetic evocation of the wounds at Alamdar. Rather, he is building on the tradition of the Madras group's Nord de Drag, the new pamphlet of 1772, whose lush description of the Armenian terrain in the second chapter is calibrated to arouse identification with and participation in the national project on the part of the reader. To gauge the degree of Taliatian's dedication to romantic nationalism, it is necessary to review his redaction of the novel's setting, plot structure, and characterization. The German original is an action-packed blockbuster tale of adventure of a swashbuckling master of disguise who jumps from one cliffhanger to the next in his quest to regain his status, ingratiate himself with the Doge, and win the latter's niece as his bride. The scene is set in Venice with local color provided by the Rialto, the Arsenale, and gondolas as the preferred means of transportation, while the courtiers' discussion of the Emperor Charles V and hostilities with the Ottomans inform us we are in the 16th century. In contrast, Taliatian sets his narrative in Armenia, in its first capital, Armavir, in the 6th century BCE, during the early Orontid period under King Yervant Sagavagyats, the short-lived. The author's historical knowledge fills the scene with temples and shrines culled from Movses Hornatsi's historical record, while his fantasy, with less verisimilitude, conjures up the river Yerash, splitting into various rivulets that require barges for conveyance from one part of the city to the next. Granted the paucity of data on this time and place, the choice affords the author complete scope for his imagination in developing the plot, maintaining many of the original incidents while attuning them to their new setting. The all-important rationale for the change is explained in the preface by identifying the novel's protagonist with the nobleman Vartkes, Lord of Duhig, also briefly mentioned by Hornatsi, who, as only the most recondite of his readers would grasp, was responsible for founding a city. However, all his readers would appreciate the wider resonance of the event, in that subsequently his foundation was to become Vaharshapat, i.e. Echmiadzin, probably Armenia's most hallowed site up to the present, and at the same time, the demographic center of the Armenian population of the Yerevanskaya gubernia of the Russian Empire. Similarly, whereas only the loosest of connections linked Venice with the hero Rosalvo's origins in Naples and his famed background in Florence, In Taliatian's scheme, his protagonist was an Armenian aristocrat under the rule of King Yervant, and hence his activities on the latter's behalf were not the assistance of a foreigner, but the duty of a subject to his sovereign. While the heroine's role as the ruler's sister, rather than niece, positioned the protagonist even closer to the seat of power. Significantly, the onomasticon of the plotters is drawn from the ranks of Armenian traitors, to whom the readers might add figures like Barujan Arjuni or Vasak Suni from their reading of Yerisher, who aligned their personal fortunes with Persia against the collective security of their compatriots, and act as a foil for the protagonist's courage and honor. Indeed, Taliatian's molding of his coming-of-age story transformed the work into a Bildungsroman, in which Wartkes matures in understanding through his vicissitudes until he emerges as the self-assured master of the situation in the denouement, lauded by all and rewarded for his services by the granting of further lands. At the same time, in keeping with the author's feminist convictions, Wartkes' bride, Heiganducht, is depicted as a much stronger character, whose defense of her love in the trial scene is pivotal in turning the tide of popular opinion in his favor. Consequently, the work as a whole can be interpreted as a ringing endorsement of the nationalist project that inspired the author's warm congratulatory letter to the Yerevansis in 1827. In sum, Taliatian emerges as typical of his generation of Armenian novelists in formation, outlook, general subject matter, and literary perspective. Although it is likely he was familiar with the writings of Walter Scott, his product is not a historical novel per se, representing time and place with a studied accuracy of a painting of Wartkes zu Renians through its reliance on the German excavations of Nineveh, but rather the free imaginative rendering of Migurtum Hovnatanyan in his symbolic portrayal of Hagen Bell of 1845. As he himself states in the preface, his work is Kertohagan, artistic, rather than Badmagan, historical. At the same time, he remains distinctive. His immediate readership was the educated urban community of India, several representatives of whom financed his publications. And one may speculate on the wider impact of his surroundings on his composition in suggesting the period of early Armenian polytheism, as well as perhaps the negative effects of British colonial rule in the subcontinent, bringing to mind the imperial aggression of the Medes as the real enemy behind the plot that must be resisted. Overall, we leave the work with the conviction of its cohering with the author's other major oeuvres in seeking to inspire his audience with his own ideals of the beautiful and the good, and elicit their affiliation with and involvement in the project of Armenian nationhood and national national progress, to which he devoted his life. Thank you.
Thank you all for those thought-provoking papers. I have a few comments and questions, and then we'll turn over to you for questions. Through a comparative look at three hybrid figures of the Bengal Renaissance, Antony Hensman, the self-inscribed Ferengi, whose Bengali language songs brought race and religion to the forefront of Bengali popular culture, Derozio, the self-identified Indian who wrote proto-nationalist poetry in English and advocated for reason over religion, and Dut, a Christian convert and leading poet writing in both Bengali and English who challenged Hindu society's most dominant conventions. Ahona Panda moves away from the binary of insider-outsider to reflect on the role of language choice in expressions of quote, difference and dissent, end quote. So taking on the Armeno aspect, with which I'm more familiar, and part of this Armeno-Indica theme of the conference. I would like to invite you to think about the issue of insider-outsider in relation to Armenians in 19th century Bengal. So where in the white, black, or gray parts of Calcutta did they reside? And I don't mean necessarily in the sense of urban geography, but in terms of, for example, Antony's Feringiness or foreignness, or in light of Derozio's proto-nationalism, especially given the founding of Calcutta's Armenian College in 1821 and Derozio's position as educator and advocate of higher education. Talar Shahinian analyzes Calcutta Armenian intellectual and educator Mesrov Talyatyan's discourse on the education of women. And this is something education at least, not Talyatyan's, I know a little bit more about, and justly places the work which links educated mothers with the future of the saviors, with future saviors of the nation. She puts this in the context of other contemporary discourses and movements subjugating women to the domestic sphere as guardians of culture and in the service of family and nation. Very reminiscent of Chatterjee's discussion of the same in the colonial Indian context. And drawing from my own current work, what's interesting to me is that the authors after Talyatyan's in the late 19th century and through the 20th century do not limit themselves to the home. They continue to subject women and girls and their education not only to the sphere of the home as mothers, but they expand the arena to the public sphere without ever modifying or shifting the paradigm. So maintaining and continuing to advocate for women's position as primarily, if not solely, in the service of the immediate and national family, laying upon them the responsibility of the preservation of the whole nation and the whole culture. So what do we know about Talyatyan's relationship with other proponents of girls' education? And not just Armenian, but also Indian, given what's going on with Indian proponents of education of girls. And how influential was he in later calls for education by authors such as Mikhail Nalbantian starting in the 1850s, Grigor Artsuni 2 decades later, and so forth. Both, for example, advocated girls' education, expressed in very similar terms as Talyatyan's, not much changed. And presumably they had, I assume they had read him, and yet the scant scholarship aligning Armenian women and education with the nation, to my knowledge, neglect to consider Talyatyan's initial contribution to the discourse. Which brings me to my next question, and here I'd like to tie, in a sense, all three together and bring Peter's presentation in and borrow from Ahona's presentation. What do we know about Talyatyan's choice of language? I realize it's classical Armenian. And I know, Peter, that you said that it was sort of, according to Mesrov, Seth, you know, the urban communities sort of esteemed the language of choice. But what can we, I mean, what can we say more about it? What do we know more about it? Have his works, for example, been translated from classical into Eastern or Western Armenian? If not, has that affected the way that he has been influential or not influential for later writers, especially nationalist writers? Because we don't hear as much about Talyatyan's as others. So Peter takes Talyatyan, talk to us about Talyatyan as a novelist, considering him within the larger context of Armenian novelists, but also European ones as well, focusing on his profile and readership. So I'm going to leave them with these questions, but I would also like to open it up. Did you, Sebu, want to take over the questioning? Well, if you're going to field it, then you might as well ask your question as well. So thank you again for your papers.
I'll kick off the question period by asking a question for each one of you. I'll combine one question for Peter and Kalar, and then one question for Alona. So I'll begin with Alona's talk. Well, thank you very much for all the wonderful presentations. I really learned a lot, although I had to step up to the top. But my first question to Alona is, it's unrelated to your area of specialization in terms of literature, but you began your talk with the distinctions, the divisions within Calcutta, the white town, black town, and the gray zone. The Armenians, Portuguese, and others living in the gray zone. So my question is, a similar structure seems to be apparent in almost all the other British settlements in India. Madras had a white town. I'm not sure if it had a gray zone, but definitely a white town and black town. Yeah. The Armenians were in the black town. Portuguese were in the black town. Yeah. So is there some kind of, was this in an India-wide division that happened? Can you tell us a bit more about that? That's my question to you. It's not a literature question, but a liminal space question. My question for Kalar and Peter has to do with, first, the importance of religion, confession, and so on, which Kalar, I think, quite nicely underlined in her talk, and emphasizing on confession and religion. So, as someone who's been interested in Patriarchy since 2002, when I visited India for the first time, I've always been puzzled by his relationship with the missing elephant in the room here, which is the Protestant missionaries. Right? He went to Bishop's College, co-founded by Cyrus Hamlin and others, and I have always suspected that he was either an Anglican or he had converted somehow, but I'm not sure in light of what you said about is it the importance he attached to the church and the confession. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the Protestant dimension, because as an aside, Cyrus Hamlin, I think in one of his works, I forget, a travel narrative of some sort, refers to Khachaturian as Khaliatine, not to be confused with Khaliatere, and he says Khachaturian was his instructor in Armenia in Istanbul in the 1850s. So he seems to have much more than a casual encounter with Protestantism. I'm wondering if you could square that with your thoughts about his position regarding the Armenian church and confession. And I will, and also maybe if you have a moment, and say something about Khachaturian's relationship in comparative perspective with someone who's similar to him, but a little later, 50 years later, and operating out of Egypt, namely Qasim Amin, who's a Victorian feminist in quotation marks, doing pretty much the same thing that I think Khachaturian is doing in terms of positioning women in the private sector of home, but in the service of some public responsibility for the nation. So those are my questions. I'm not sure if they were clear. I'm happy to pose them more succinctly if you need clarification. Arona, do you want to start?
Sure. So the other cities, I mean, I didn't really think about this as much before I wrote this very short paper. Because I didn't think about the question of the urban layout of these cities before I started writing this paper. And then as I was looking at these old maps, especially the kind of changed map from the late 18th to the, let's say, 1830s or 40s, there is so much development and expansion in that period of time. So I'm not gonna, I don't know enough about the other cities, I think, but in terms of Calcutta itself, I mean, a lot of people have referred to this space between the white town, black town in their writing. They haven't called, I mean, I didn't see anyone else call it gray town. I just called it because it seemed like something that would capture the liminality. But I think Professor Hussain made this point that none of these were really kind of that segregated or watertight areas as well. And there was a considerable kind of movement
between different kind of racial identities. I thought that the question of, so as I was telling you, so I actually went to high school in the Armenian area in Calcutta. And I never really thought that much about, the spatial arrangement of the city as well. Kind of, I think, from what just kind of living out the city, I remember is that a lot of people just kind of didn't really reflect maybe on which exactly were these liminal areas. So the parts of the city that I mentioned today, the Podapukur area, the Bobajar area, I mean, they were also inhabited by certain Europeans, including especially the missionaries. So a lot of the missionaries actually who were either English or Scottish often just also lived in the grey town areas. So that's one way I think I would approach the question. I don't know. I mean, I think there was a second part to your question as well about the white town, black town division.
I guess I'm satisfied with your response, but
yeah, I think that the second part of it was that, I mean, in terms of like the actual urban kind of spatial arrangement, it's one thing, but also in terms of the cultural kind of understanding of the city as what is happening where and the activities. So I know that a lot of, I mean, I think that kind of goes back to Professor Berberian's question. The areas that had the theater were often kind of visited by both the Europeans as well as the natives, and also all the kind of different communities of people who lived in the Grey Town area. And so there were also certain pockets which completely transcended the racial divisions as well, because they were such important cultural spaces and literary spaces. Yeah.
thank you.
I have a very short answer and then sort of a branching from that for you. These are really great questions and areas to probe, but as I prefaced my talk, this is really out of my area, and this is a first attempt, and coming from a literary studies background, my task in preparing this talk was just to really focus on the text and what emerged from there. So these more historical context questions are wonderful in, when I do develop this. And I don't have much to say about the Protestant angle. And in this text specifically, the language of the church is and the references that he makes back to historical figures who have guarded certain principles and guarded the church against certain foreign pressures are very much located in the apostolic church. So this is just something that I will certainly branch out to. My specific sort of interest in looking at focusing in on the language of how the church is paired each time it appears with language pertaining to us, the nation, and territorial sense of territorial belonging, with words that use some iteration of hayreni, hayrenya, hayrenase, and those couplings or those listings were what I was probing.
Oh, right. Well, yes, not very much. But my take on this is very much that, so on the one hand, Patriarchy is a deacon of the Armenian Apostolic Church. As of course you indicated, he has quite a lot of close relationship with Protestants, and also, of course, I think what's important to highlight also is the sort of via tertia approach of Anglicanism. It's not exactly a Protestant confession either, so I think it's important to highlight that with regard to Bishop Heber and so on. So my approach would be that he is very broad-minded, he's cosmopolitan, he has these affinities and understanding with this other Christian community. And I think it is very important for him that Christianity is very much at the core of who he is, and also of the sort of enlightenment that he wants to propagate. But I think he's not at all narrow and partisan in his understanding of his faith. That's how I would put it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just to add something to what Talar was asking earlier about Patriarchians and Mikhail Nalbantian, obviously either they knew each other in person, but Nalbantian had thought of him very highly, so much so that he reproduced a poem in Haili Calcutta in 1820 that Patriarchians himself had reproduced in Askasera Aratian, which later became the national hymn of the Armenians until the early 20th century, which, what's his name, Televian also talks about, but Mikhail Nalbantian published in Aurora Borealis or So it's a very transnational network.
I was wondering, is there, do we have an opportunity to reply to some of the points that Huri has made?
I didn't mean to.
Would you like to? Well, so with regard to the question of Talyatian's language, I think that this is particularly interesting with regard to the Indo-Armenian community. We get this sense from Mesrov Seth, insofar as he is a reasonable source, that classical Armenian for the Armenians, to some degree, was very much like Latin for the English. So it was this sort of educated language that indicated then someone that had a high training from the rank and file. This distinction is very noticeable in other materials from the Indo-Armenian community. For example, I think it's around about 1828, the Khachaturian Tijrohuchan, the physiognomist of duplicity, this first modern Armenian comedy. What's very striking there is that the rank and file speak in the New Jilfa dialect. However, there are two more educated figures. There's an educator and a poet, and their discussion is in classical Armenian. And then, of course, also the play has Bengali as well with regard to some of the servants. So I think that that's an interesting case. And of course, you also have that same division in terms of the Azdarar. Primarily, the medium is classical Armenian, but you do have quite a number of particular articles, which again are in New Jilfa dialect. But I don't think there's the same sort of move automatically then towards East Armenian in this community that you find elsewhere. One other quick point that caught my eye when I was preparing with regard to the future impact of Talyatian, I think that he was read by Rafi. There's a very, very interesting case where Talyatian in the novel talks about eating the sweat of your brow. By the sweat of your brow, you will eat bread. Now, of course, in the Genesis account, this is a divine curse. But for Talyatian and ditto then for Rafi, this is the highest compliment to human agency and autonomy. So it's very much like God helps the man who helps himself. And so I was very struck by that parallel. It occurs in Rafi's The Fool from 1880.
If I could also address one of the questions, Hudi, that you raised, I think, when I said this is the work of analyzing this treatise has been quite generative in thinking about the paths it opens up. The question of moving from the private, this type of education and model for patriarchy as a micronation, moving from the private sphere to the public, I think is an interesting one to kind of pursue in looking at how to what extent we can look at Talyatian's treatise as foundational, and to what extent can we see its ideas having traveled across various Armenian communities. For instance, if we look at the work that's been done on the educational system Armenian communities. And within the Ottoman Empire, there we see almost a mirroring of actually Talyatyan's text. If we look at some of the what I highlighted as the objectives or the goals of what a woman's education is sent to accomplish, and we maybe take the work that's been done like by Pamela Young on the actual textbooks and curricula that were used in the schools that were educating girls as distinct from the textbooks and the educated curriculum of boys, we really see sort of interesting connections there. So yeah, this is something, again, beyond the scope of what I've focused on,
But I agree with you. I think Talyatyan seems to be foundational in terms of education and women and then connecting the education of women to the nation. What is surprising to me is that he's often sort of bypassed and they go straight to Mikhail Nalbandyan, Grigor Arzumi, and then and I'm not sure why, and I'm wondering if it's the classical.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
If-
And is it because he hasn't been translated to Eastern?
Well, that's true, too. Yeah, I don't think so. If I could add just one very brief point. So this is actually with regard to your presentation, Talar. One very interesting section of that piece really struck me. I think it takes women a little out of the completely home role, particularly the mother role. And that's the significance of education, because, and this is particularly true with regard to a merchant situation, her husband is going to be in the other side of the world. He writes letters, but if the wife cannot read them, she has to go to the deacon or someone like that to read them for her. And this, of course, provides the opportunity for all sorts of scandal and family secrets in 5 minutes are going to be spread around the whole community. So all their dirty laundry and so on is going to be exposed in public. And hence then the importance of the wife becoming, in a full sense, the husband's partner, his collaborator, regardless of whether they have children or so or not. So it's like an extension of his business activities. I thought that was an interesting point to simply to add to the discussion.
Questions? Yes. I have a question for Anna. That's about. Oh, thank you. Question about Antony Ferengi. Is there any mention of him having any European musical instrument with him or playing it there, or is there any mention of him being in interactions with court musicians, or any mention of him in musical writings, or what's his influence on the musical knowledge and practice besides being a folk or vernacular legend?
There's very little writing on him. So in the 19th century, there were about 4 or 5 accounts that mentioned him, and then there were some documents that were apparently lost that led to the basis of a historical novel written in the 50s. But the person who wrote that novel also wrote that they relied on oral history in the Chandernagor area. In the film, he's at one point depicted playing something, an instrument that looks like the banjo. I'm not very sure why. Probably that's the 60s imagination of the filmmakers. But he's really a kind of somebody whose legacy lies just in popular storytelling, I think. Yeah.
This legend is made recently, being in the time that he was.
Yeah, I think that the interest in after the 1940s in independent India is very much because of his outsider status, that it's so strange that a Portuguese guy just forgot the Portuguese language and identifies himself as Bengali. That's why I think he's made into a Bengali national icon because of that language choice.
Yes.
Okay, we have time for one more question because we're running a little late. We'll make time for another.
I had a really quick comment that Taghiadian was translated into Eastern Armenian in the Soviet period in the 60s. There's complete Yerkeri Zhohovatsu was translated to Eastern Armenian from Garabar. But my question was like, is there any scholarship on why in some works his last name is Taghidian and then in others it becomes Taghiadian? In the Garabar, in the names of his works, it's Taghidian, and then afterwards in all of our scholarship it becomes Taghiadian. Is there any origins of that?
I don't know about that variation, but I know that Taryat, sometimes it appears as Taryatian, and that's just from the move from classical to the modern standard. But I don't know, maybe Professor Kyle, if you know that.
No, I just noticed it, but I'm not sure about the background to it.
Yeah.
We had quite a difficulty trying to standardize it because within a decade he changes the way he writes his name in the same title page. But nobody knows why that is the case. Last question from now.
Thank you so much, Talar. That was great. So you pointed out urgency, precedent, and pragmatic nature of the role of women's education for him. And so I'm wondering whether, given Huri's work on New Julfan women, in terms of actually practicing what he is preaching, in terms of reading letters, signing contracts, asking for loans. I mean, they're dealing with often Muslim men. So I'm wondering whether there's a symbiotic relationship to, and this is to also Peter, the symbiotic relationship to what it's already happening, and then he's putting it in theory, in practice, and preaching it, based actually on all of your work, Huri's, Sepu's work, whether we can see it in the other way, that he's not coming up with a new idea for the future, but he's actually putting on paper what already New Julfan women are practicing. And we are seeing this in the 19th century and early 20th century, New Julfan women writing to Singapore and asking money constantly through their persistent writing.
My feeling is that absolutely, yes. And I think in terms of the case he's making, and particularly the call nature of this treatise is to nationalize and standardize this model. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have to end it here. We're gonna stick our small coffee break and go straight to the next panel, which will be chaired by Professor Madhusudan of UCLA, and invited to the floor is the Ibn Khaldun Chair of History and Indo-Persianation.
But that's actually
Like, because I have very limited, very low notes. Some key texts are, to contextualize him better with relations, outside of Armenia.
When did the Armenian rose?
One of the sources I was reading that the 1847 dates, but notwithstanding.
Thank you.
I'll be with you in, I think, 1 or 2 minutes. I just changed some patterns.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'd like to make that. I would also like. Yeah, exactly. It's the last time. At least I know who she is.
All right. All right. I know he's gonna forget those. So there's nothing I can do. You want a second term? I don't think so. If you want to play with it, feel free. Of course, I called on Xavier. I left him a message to say, "Bring me a new battery." Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm first. My presentation.
Okay, is this yours? Right? Is this yours?
That is on my.
Probably it's not. All right, so. All right, in my opinion, you're essential. Okay.
Hello, everyone. If we could all quieten down and sit down again, that would be wonderful because I'm trying to drag us something back to schedule. Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure and with much anticipation, I'm hello, everyone. If we could sit down and allow our presenters to present, please. Thank you so much. So it's my very great pleasure today to be introducing panel 3 on Armenian historiography and print culture in Madras. So now we're turning south from Calcutta. And the first of our presenters is going to be Martin Adamian, who's presenting on Mesrov J. Seth, father of Indo-Armenian historiography. Then we'll have a paper by Anna Sirinian on Azdarar, the first Armenian periodical, Madras 1794 to 96. And our third speaker is Hasmik Kerakosyan, Harution Mavonian, an Armenian printer publisher in Madras, and a farman for printing in Arabic script. So please, our first speaker. Yeah, I think we're going in order. So yeah, Martin, you'll be our first speaker. Thank you.
Sit here, maybe both actually. Okay.
Mesrov Jacob Seth is a well-known figure among students of the history of Armenians of India, but little has been written about this dedicated antiquarian and amateur historian, whom we may call, without much exaggeration, the Khorenatsi of the Armenians of India. His monumental work, Armenians in India, which was the culmination of a lifetime of arduous research, is consulted in practically every work on the history of the Indo-Armenian community. It has yet to be surpassed by a work comparable in breadth and comprehensiveness, despite its antiquity and numerous shortcomings. This presentation will attempt an overview and evaluation of the life and work of Mesrov J. Seth, focusing in particular on the 2 iterations of his renowned history of the Indo-Armenians, first published in 1895 and again in a much expanded version in 1937. It will explore the historical context and motivations behind Seth's work and how these changed in the 42 years separating the first and final publications. Seth's lifelong work to shed light on the history of the Indo-Armenians was driven by his deep love and curiosity toward the history of this once flourishing diasporan community, and by his desire to inspire patriotic consciousness among the Armenians of India and Armenians of the world by reminding them of their glorious past. He was also motivated by a desire to draw British attention to the Armenians of India and to the Armenian plight as a whole. In 1895, Seth published his first book in the midst of the Hamidian massacres against Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, and dedicated the book to British Prime Minister William Gladstone for his condemnation of the anti-Armenian atrocities. By highlighting the ancient and colorful history of the Armenians, their success in India, and most importantly, the role some of them played in helping the British establish themselves in India, Seth hoped to demonstrate the rightness of Armenians' claim to English sympathy, quote unquote, and therefore encourage British intervention to bring about the enaction of reforms for the Ottoman Empire's Armenian population. By 1937, an older, more pessimistic Seth, having seen the consequences of the Armenian genocide, had become disillusioned with, quote unquote, Christian Europe for its unwillingness to put the lives of Armenians above their political interests. Nevertheless, Seth still saw his history as a means for advancing Armenian interests in 1937, if only in the context of colonial India. Although Seth was meticulous and professed his belief in the historian's imperative to be objective and tell inconvenient truths, he may have been driven to embellish some facts as a result of his aforementioned motivations. Like contemporary intellectuals in India and elsewhere, Seth used his history as a means of advancing particular political claims and strengthening conceptions of a cohesive Armenian nation in India throughout time. Where's Daniel? Daniel, can you go this person? Oh, Mesrov Jacob Seth, the anglicized version of his Armenian name, Mesrov Hakop Setyans, youngest son of Hakop and Vartani Setyans, was born in the Armenian suburb of New Julfa, Iran, on March 15, 1871, to a notable line of merchants. His grandfather, Seth Setyans, was the son of the Kalantar, or mayor of New Julfa, and led a successful career as a merchant in Surat in the late 18th century before losing his fortune to pirates off the coast of Malacca. Seth received his primary education at the Protestant missionary school in his hometown, where he excelled in English, acting as the assistant teacher of English in the last year of his schooling there. In November 1888, Seth's family emigrated to Calcutta, following many other Iranian Armenians at the time who came to the city in search of economic opportunity, and also in order to provide their talented and curious younger son with a quality education at the Armenian College. Seth studied at the Armenian College as a day scholar for less than a year, then passed the entrance examinations of the University of Calcutta. In 1895, the same year that he published History of the Armenians in India, he was appointed examiner of modern and classical Armenian at the university, a position he held for the rest of his life. After completing his education, Seth worked as a jeweler to make a living, but his true calling was the collection and study of the antiquities of the Armenians of India. Seth, who liked to call himself Hetachuiz Hnutyans Hoyakap Hnkahayotz, investigator of the antiquities of the wonderful Indo-Armenians, began his antiquarian activities early in his life. It was documents from his grandfather's foray into Indian commerce, as well as stories from his father Hakop, that appear to have sparked the young Seth's earliest interest in the history of Armenians in India. He scoured his family library and papers, which contained publications from the 18th century Armenian printing press at Madras and correspondence between his grandfather and other Indo-Armenians for information about that community. Upon arriving at the Armenian College in Calcutta, he was sorely disappointed to find little of significance in its Araratian library. And so Seth embarked on his quest to recover and record the history of the Indo-Armenians himself. He published his first article in the Constantinople-based Armenian newspaper Arevel in 1891 about an Armenian gravestone in Agra. After that, Seth frequently published his findings in both Armenian and English language periodicals and journals. In 1895, he published his first book, History of the Armenians in India, which was well received and established a name for the young author. Besides the history of the Armenian merchant Thomas Khojamalyan, written in 1769, this was the first attempt to write a general history of the Indo-Armenians. Whenever he could find the time, Seth traveled extensively throughout India, going wherever Armenians had once lived to record traces of Indo-Armenian life. He transcribed thousands of inscriptions on Armenian gravestones, as he memorably put it, braving deserted and snake-infested cemeteries, where we have, so to speak, opened old graves, gathered the dry bones, and breathed life into them and made them speak. Seth received recognition for his work in both Armenian and non-Armenian circles and became something of a celebrity among the global Armenian reading public. In the 1920s, he was made a member of the Royal Asiatic Societies of Bengal and Great Britain, the French Société Asiatique, and the Indian Historical Records Commission. He was also an active member of Calcutta's Armenian community, occupying various leading positions in Armenian communal organizations. Unfortunately, Seth suffered from frequent ill health and financial difficulties, probably in no small part as a result of his laborious travels and research. Nevertheless, he remained committed to his longtime goal of publishing an expanded edition of his History of the Armenians of India, which he was finally able to do in 1937 to widespread acclaim. Seth died 2 years later on October 31st, 1939. He's buried in the cemetery of Calcutta's St. Gregory the Illuminator Armenian Church. His gravestone bears the following Armenian inscription. This is the grave of Mesrov H. Setyans of New Julfa, the skilled and knowledgeable philologist and eminent scholar of classical Armenian, who through half a century of his tireless laboring and various literary achievements glorified the great deeds of our Indo-Armenian ancestors in the eyes of our nation and foreigners. Born in New Julfa on March 15, 1871, he went to the Lord on October 31st, 1939. Seth never married and left no heirs. According to Archbishop Mesrov Ashjan, Seth's papers were sold for a trivial price after his death and are now lost. Ashjan's source, an Armenian native of Calcutta, does not specify who sold them. Among the lost documents were several unpublished works, including the Armenian Album of India, a collection of illustrations and photographs to accompany Armenians of India, and the Armenian Obituary of India, which would have put into print many of the epitaphs that Seth transcribed throughout his life with illustrations and biographical and historical information. Besides the history of the Indo-Armenians, Mesrov J. Seth had two other great passions in life: classical Armenian, Grapar, and the 19th century Armenian author Mesrov Taghiadians, who you've heard quite a bit about already. Seth was one of a small minority of people who insisted on using classical Armenian for all kinds of writing in a time when vernacular Armenian had been firmly established as the main literary language. He mastered the language at a young age, largely through self-teaching, and swore never to write a line in Armenian, but in the high-flown language of ancient Armenia. Seth's contemporaries variously delighted in his quaint efforts to keep the old language alive or disparaged it as an anachronism, and he frequently engaged in heated debates on the subject. The Armenian traveler and author Khachaturian, who we can see on the far left here in this photograph, and Mesrov J. Seth is standing right there, third from left. The Armenian author Khachaturian, who met Seth in his travels across South and Southeast Asia, wrote that the antiquarian speaks of classical Armenian with emotion, with ecstasy, with intoxication. Suddenly, a rage appears in his voice and eyes against the enemies of classical Armenian. Behind those rage-filled eyes, one could see the image of a man who, sword in hand, would unsparingly and without the smallest pang of pity, massacre all the enemies of classical Armenian and at once establish the kingdom of classical Armenian. These debates moved Seth to publish a booklet titled "Is Classical Armenian Dead?" in 1923, to lay out the case for the continued use of his beloved language. Seth's other object of worship was Mesrov Taghiadians, the Armenian author and educator who lived much of his life in India and also happened to be Seth's namesake and the brother-in-law of his father. Seth's writings are full of quotations and praises of the immortal poet Taghiadians, whose work he is said to have known by heart. For Seth, Taghiadians was the epitome of the Armenian patriotic intellectual, who through his literary and educational efforts had revived the dying embers of patriotism among the Armenians in this country, that is India, and struggled against ignorance, obscurantism, and apathy to the national cause. Like Taghiadians and many other Armenian intellectuals of the time, Seth emphasized learning and education as the panacea to the problems facing Armenians. It was in Taghiadians' writings that Seth found the watchword for his work on the Armenians of India. Quote, "It is the duty of the true patriot to revive the spirit of the children by the example of the noble deeds of their ancestors," unquote. Seth published a short work on his idol in 1926 titled Grich Voske Grich Matenagrin, Pen of the Golden Penned Writer. He had in his possession several of Taghiadians' unpublished works and letters, some of which he copied and sent to Father Hovhannes Mkrian in Constantinople in 1890. These works were lost with the rest of Mesrov Seth's personal papers. According to Archbishop Torgom Gushakyan, author of Hundka Haik, a work about the modern Indo-Armenian community, Seth was the only person capable of compiling and editing the complete works of Taghiadians. Unfortunately for the study of Armenian history and literature, this remained one of several projects that Seth left unrealized before his death. Having gone over Mesrov J. Seth's biography, we can now turn to our comparison of his two publications of Armenians in India, an analysis of the motivations behind the works and their historical context. As mentioned earlier, we can identify three connected and sometimes dissonant motivations behind Seth's work: to rescue from oblivion the history of the Indo-Armenians and contribute to the study of this part of Armenian history as an objective historian. 2, to legitimize Armenian claims to British sympathy and assistance, first in Armenia, then in India. 3, to inspire patriotic consciousness among the increasingly assimilated Indo-Armenians by highlighting the exceptional deeds, piety, and patriotism of their ancestors. It is difficult to say which one of these impulses dominated Seth's work, but highlighting the interplay between them will give us a better understanding of Seth as an author and the nature of his works. Seth was perhaps the first Armenian to participate in the fashionable practices of antiquarian and Orientalist research in India. As is well known, all kinds of Orientalist research was carried out by the British and other Europeans in India, partly with the purpose of better recognizing and therefore better ruling that country. Seth was hired by the government of Bengal in early 1894 to translate some Armenian inscriptions on gravestones from Calcutta, Chinsura, Hooghly, and Saidabad, as the regional authorities were collecting information on Christian graves and monuments at the time. After this, Seth changed his original plan to publish the results of his research on Indo-Armenian antiquities in the Armenian language, and instead decided to write a historical work about the Armenian settlements in India in English. It is in this context that we can best understand Seth, the historian and antiquarian, who sought to record in meticulous and objective detail the antiquities of the Indo-Armenians for the benefit of future historians, and therefore be accepted into the ranks of contemporary historians and scholars. Quote, the lot of the historian is indeed not an enviable one, writes Seth in Armenians of India, for he has to record facts which are sometimes unpalatable, but historians worthy of the name must be true to their calling always. However, Seth's other impulses sometimes took precedence over the historian's true calling. Seth wrote his first version of Armenians in India at a time when the Armenian question had captured the attention of the Armenian and, to a lesser extent, the European public and political spheres. The increasing persecution of Armenians in the Ottoman Empire under the absolutist rule of Sultan Abdulhamid II and the emergence of the Armenian revolutionary movement had made again relevant the commitments that the European powers had made at the 1878 Congress of Berlin to ensure that reforms would be instituted for the empire's Armenian population. Seth, as a young Armenian with patriotic ideals and as an inhabitant of the British Empire, decided to use his command of English and his talents as a researcher to contribute to a favorable resolution of the Armenian question. Seth published his first book in the summer of 1895, for in the fall of 1894, news arrived of the brutal anti-Armenian violence in Sassoon in the Ottoman Empire, marking the beginning of the Hamidian massacres. Quote, we were anxious to place before the British public an authentic record of the valuable services rendered by the Armenians to the British cause in India, in the fond hope that the chivalrous British nation, the champions of liberty and justice, would come to the rescue of oppressed Armenians in Turkey, writes Seth in the preface to the 1937 edition, about his time writing the earlier version of his work. Seth dedicated the work to former British Prime Minister William E. Gladstone, who personally wrote back to Seth expressing his approval for the work and his continued indignation over the anti-Armenian massacres in the Ottoman Empire. And here you can see the cover page of Seth's History of the Armenians in India with the dedication to William Gladstone and Gladstone's handwritten response to Seth that he frequently brought up all throughout his life in his writings. Having read Seth's history, the British public and elite would know that not only were Armenians worthy of sympathy as an ancient Christian people now suffering under the Turkish yoke, but also because of their essential role in the Britishers' acquisition of the jewel in the crown of their empire. An Armenian, Israel Sarhad, had helped the English receive key farmans from the Mughal Emperor and gain a foothold in India. Another Armenian, Petrus Artun, had helped the British during their struggle with Nawab Siraj Ad-Dawla in 1756. Armenians were in Calcutta in 1630, long before the British. Additionally, the British had granted particular privileges to the Armenian nation and even recognized Armenians as having the same rights as born Englishmen in the East India Company's settlements in the form of a 1688 agreement negotiated in London by Khoja Panos Kalantar. But the British intervention for which Seth was advocating never occurred, as Seth bitterly recognized in his later works. Christian Europe, in Seth's view, had put its economic and political interests over the lives of Armenians, and the chivalrous British had cynically declared that their warships cannot sail up to the high mountains of Armenia during the Armenian genocide. Consequently, Seth is much less prone to mince words in the 1937 version of his work, which contains frequent asides lamenting the injustice done against Armenians and the betrayal of the European powers. Along similar lines, Seth further develops the narrative in which the Armenians of India have been treated unjustly by the British, citing the 1688 treaty where the Armenians, that is, the New Dolphin merchants, were granted various privileges in company settlements and placed on an equal footing with the English in India. In the 1937 version, Seth describes this treaty as the death warrant of the Armenian merchants in India, as the British used it to strengthen their position and eventually overtake and push out the Armenians from their favorable position in the Indian commercial world. Worse still, the British authorities were unwilling to right this wrong in Seth's time. In 1934, Seth and a number of prominent Calcutta Armenians wrote to the Viceroy of India, citing many of the historical arguments laid out in Seth's book in order to secure the status of Armenians, both British and foreign subjects, ahead of the adoption of a new constitution in India. Seth was disappointed by the Viceroy's evasive answer and laments that the legal status of many Armenians would consequently remain uncertain. Moreover, as Veronica Zablocki has noted, Seth deploys a colonial racial discourse to argue for the equation of Armenians with Europeans in British India's racial hierarchy. Seth writes that it is incomprehensible to Armenians that Armenians should be classed together with Eurasians, that is, people of mixed European Asian birth, when they are not, quote, in any way inferior to the Europeans in purity of blood, color, physique, intelligence, religion, loyalty, integrity, capability, social habits, and mode of living, end quote. As for the 1688 treaty, Sebu Aslanyan has established that Khoja Panos had no real authority to sign an agreement on behalf of all Armenians or even all Julfan Armenians, therefore using it to make claims about the rights and privileges of Armenians in 20th century India, who were not all Julfans, was dubious as best. Thus, in this case, Seth, the objective historian, gave way to Seth, the nationalist, who utilized and somewhat distorted history in order to advance the interests of his community as he saw it, just as Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, and other intellectuals were doing for their respective communities in the same period in India. The third aspect of the context and motivation behind Seth's work is what we may call the internal Armenian aspect of this work. As an educator and Armenian nationalist, one of Seth's primary concerns was the perpetuation of Armenian language and identity and maintenance of the cohesiveness of the Armenian community. In 1895, and to a greater degree, in 1937, Seth was worried by trends of assimilation and the general poor quality of Armenian learning in India. Seth hoped that telling the story of Armenians in India might affect a kind of national reawakening, just as another Indo-Armenian, Joseph Emin, had revived patriotic consciousness among Armenian peasants in the Ottoman Empire by reading them Moses Khorenatsim. For Seth, the history of Armenians in India was a rare bright spot in the last 700 years of Armenian history, which he viewed, like most of his contemporaries, through a lachrymose lens. His protagonists had come to a foreign and distant India, but had found spectacular success, built churches, supported Armenian learning and print, and maintained their Armenianness. His history of the Armenians of India, from a narrative point of view, is a microcosm of the Armenian national narrative, where the golden age is the heyday of the Armenian merchants in the 17th and 18th centuries, followed by a national slumber with the decline of Indo-Armenian communities in the 19th century, from which they may potentially be awakened through education and familiarization with the glorious history of their predecessors. This motivation, as well, diminishes to a certain degree Seth's reliability as a historian. In his eagerness to stress the achievements and glory of Armenians, Seth sometimes exaggerates the importance of some of his protagonists. The later Armenian historian Ashot Abrahamian, while praising Seth's groundbreaking work, notes that he often represents individual Armenian figures as if they were in control of India's entire economic and political life. Additionally, Seth may have exaggerated the ancientness of some Armenian settlements in India, like Calcutta and Surat, in order to impress his readers. Seth's claim that Armenians settled in Calcutta as early as 1630 is generally considered spurious by modern historians, and to this day, the tombstone dating to 1579 that Seth cites as evidence of a large Armenian community in Surat at that date has never been found. In the internal Armenian motivation of his work, too, did Seth encounter disappointment. While in 1895 version of his book, he expresses doubt that the Armenians of India will meet the same fate as their compatriots in Amsterdam, Livorno, and Venice, he ends his 1937 work on a much more melancholic note. At risk of belaboring my analogy between Seth and Moses Khorenatsim, we may call this ending the lamentation of Seth's work. Seth writes, there will be no more merchant princes like Khoja Panus Kalantar of Surat, Khoja Petrus Boskan, and Aga Shamir of Madras. These are no jeremiads or the vaporings and the outbursts of a pessimist, but they are sad reflections of one who has spent his life in unearthing the past history of his countrymen in India, and he is therefore in a position to make authoritative comparisons between the past and future status of Armenians in the country, end quote. In short, Seth concludes that the Armenian community of India is probably doomed to decline and assimilation, as the youth is not being educated properly, many members marry out of the community, and young Armenian men can hardly find decent work because of Indianization policies in many industries. The Armenians in India can be proud of a glorious past, but their future, in view of the momentous changes that are taking place in the kaleidoscope of India, is not at all bright, writes Seth. Somewhere in between 1895 and 1937, Seth the realist and objective historian won out to some degree over Seth the patriotic intellectual and educator. Although still a believer in the rightness of Taghyadan's precept to revive the spirit of the children by the example of the noble deeds of their ancestors, his study of history had led him to the conclusion that there was little hope for the future of the Indo-Armenians. The impulses of nationalist history writing are palpable in Seth's work, but as Shahzadzi Najmuddin observes, they did not subsume his entire work. Equally impactful was his desire to live up to the ideal of the true historian and scholar, and to do justice to his subjects by saving their rich historians from disappearance in the sands of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin Adamian. And now we have Dr. Anna Surian, who will be telling us about Azdarar, the first periodical in Armenian from Madras. Thank you.
Can you hear me? First of all, let me thank Professor Aslanyan for his kind invitation and all the organizers. Many events in Armenian history are surprising, and the birth of the first Armenian periodical, which was entitled Azdarar in India at Madras in 1794, figures among these. What is surprising is not so much the date, the closing years of the 18th century, which was a century that saw an efflorescence of journalism in Europe, but rather the place, Madras, today Chennai, a city far removed from the older Armenian colonies of the Middle East and Europe. Why, of all places, Madras? If we pull together the various strands of history, as this talk will attempt to do, we shall see that it was precisely in this city at that time that conditions were favorable for the birth of the first Armenian newspaper, thanks to a series of opportunities that the Armenians situated there managed to seize and use to the benefit of their community. Due to lack of time, we will not dwell on the history of the Armenian presence in India and the formation of the main Armenian colonies. For this, we refer to the most recent studies of Professor Aslanyan. Here we merely recall that at the beginning of the 1700s, the Armenian communities of India were gathered under the jurisdiction of the All Saviors Monastery of New Julfa, Isfahan, which sent out representatives from there. The job of these priests was not strictly limited to the care of the souls of their fellow nationals. Aside from having specific powers of an administrative and juridical nature, they actively collaborated in the cultural and economic growth of the communities entrusted to their care, keeping alive their sense of Armenian identity. In this way, they also managed to ensure considerable revenues for the dioceses to which they belonged, as well as their mother house, that is to say, the monastery of the All Savior of New Julfa. The Reverend Khachaturian Shemavonian, the founder and editor of Azdarar, came from the Persian city of Shiraz. During the first part of his life in Persia, Khachaturian, who had been married according to the tradition of the Apostolic Armenian Church, suffered a double loss. Within a matter of days, in circumstances that are unclear, he lost both of his two sons. Overcome by this tragedy, Khachaturian abandoned his pastoral charge to lead an anachoretic life together with the Persian dervishes. In the vicinity of Shiraz, in a place which was a place famous for meditation and inspiration for Persian poets, the hill of Babakoh. During the 7 years that he spent as a hermit, he devoted himself to studying Persian poetry and mastering Arabic and Persian. He returned to Shiraz, but stayed only briefly before setting sail for Madras in 1784. Perhaps his superiors wished to give this man, who had been thoroughly tried but was extraordinarily resilient and dynamic, as the sequel would show, the chance for a new start in life and a new pastoral charge. At Madras, there already existed an active and organized Armenian colony, which had been established by people from New Julfa and was completely dedicated to commerce. The first Armenian typography in India had been opened at Madras in 1772 by the young Hagop Shahamirian. He was the son of Shahamir Shahamirian, a very wealthy noble, and a distinguished representative of the Armenian Indian mercantile elite. A circle of Armenian activists had gathered around the two Shahamirians. Known as the Group of Madras, they used the typography to spread their political ideas of a national reawakening. However, as is well known, Professor Aslanyan has dedicated a detailed article on this topic. These ideas met with the complete condemnation of the Catholicos of Echmiadzin, Simeon Yerevansi, who went so far as to shut down the press and burn their last book. After this first Armenian press in Madras ceased to function, the Reverend Shmavonian opened a second one in 1789. Here, with the support of the members of the community, he published 20 books before and after the Azdarar adventure, until 1809, when Shmavonian began publishing Azdarar in 1794. Therefore, 10 years had passed since its settlement in the city of Madras and 6 since the opening of his typography. The Reverend was already experienced in the art of printing, an art that he taught himself as an artisan, even creating his own type, as he asserts in the colophon of the first book that he published. And he had already managed to create among the colony's Armenian merchants a network of contacts and acquaintances that would support his initiative. The first issue of Azdarar it doesn't move. The next. Okay, thank you. The first issue of Azdarar saw the light in September, October 1794, and was followed on a regular basis by a further 17 monthly issues. The 18th and last came out in March 1796. They spanned a year and a half overall. Each number contained 50 pages on average. The intention lying behind the journal's birth can be reviewed through statements made by Reverend Shmavonian himself in the opening pages of the first issue. There are 2 writings. The first is the letter addressed to the Armenians of Madras, where a few months prior to the publication, he had announced the project and asked people to support it by subscribing. Even more interesting for a reconstruction of the journal's genesis, however, are the statements that he makes in the immediately following preface, the Arachabanution. Here, trusting the fact that God helps those who perform good works, Shmavonian thanks the All-Powerful for having guided him in his undertaking by offering a model to follow. This is very important because he asserts that the well-organized English of this city, had the previous month begun to print a journal that was to appear at the month's end, like Azdarar, and which contained, I quote, the life of their famous men, the history of some events, the management of some matters, and various praiseworthy writings, so as neither to forget nor offend anyone. Today, we would say politically correct. At its end, for the benefit of their community's activities, the English published the prices of various merchandise, as well as information on the traffic of the ships entering and exiting from the port of Madras. Having taken this journal as a model, I quote, Arnelov aistetrag ins orinak, Shmavonian proposed to do the same, publishing his first some moral discourses. He called them Hradakan Bank, translating from other peoples or taken from Armenian writings. Next, he would attempt to obtain from the Armenians of Persia information that had not yet reached his community, in addition to collecting from various local newspapers those notices that many would appreciate and avoiding those that readers would already have heard. Like the English journal that he had taken for a model, Shmavonian also added at the end of his the current prices for good for the benefit of Armenian merchants. The description provided by Shmavonian in the preface corresponds in effect to the general contents of Azdarar and to the order in which they appeared inside it. First, there are the accounts of stories of a moralizing nature. We shall look at some examples. Then follows the space devoted to information and corresponds reports. Lastly, there are lists with the prices of merchandise, notices regarding maritime traffic, and at the very end, the calendar of the month to come. Decisive, therefore, at least at the start, was the English model that, according to Shmavonian, divine providence had offered to him in Madras. Unfortunately, Shmavonian did not name this periodical, and to date, attempts to identify it have been in vain. We have here two examples of newspapers published at Madras at that time, but they don't match with the time and with the date and the year of Azdarar. So we have to search for the model. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the influence of the local English language press lay behind the birth of Azdarar, and this, in a certain sense, makes the Armenian periodical the offspring of Anglo-Saxon journalism. Indeed, if one goes beyond the initial statement of Shmavonian and browses the pages of Azdarar, there emerge other strands linking the Armenian journal to the British world, especially the English prose and journalism of the 1700s. It is on that we shall now focus our attention. In the first issue, after the opening pages, which were written by Shmavonian, it is interesting to note that the periodical presents at its very first piece a contribution entitled The Vision of Mirza. There is no indication of the author, not an isolated instance. Anonymity is a trend of the journal, and the phrase typical of a moralizing writings specifies revealing the nature of human life. We are dealing with the Armenian translation in classical Armenian. The entire periodical is written in classical Armenian with the limits that Professor Kawi has explained a little bit before. Of the story of the vision of Mirza by Joseph Addison, who is considered the father of English journalism. In 1711, Addison founded the famous periodical The Spectator, and this story was published in it on 1st September 1711. The Vision of Mirza is an allegorical moralizing story about human life, which in a literary fiction was found in a manuscript from Baghdad. An angel in the form of a shepherd takes the protagonist to view from a rock above a river crossed by a bridge, which was crowded with people, but also full of traps and obstacles. This bridge symbolizes human life and the vanity of the passions and vices that cause most people to fall to their ruin. In the second issue of Azdarar, there appears instead a story, this one, that is presented with a long title, Story of a Child Who Was Found at the Age of 2 days by an Old Man, was raised on the milk of a goat, worked in vain, and finally found the consolation of being useful to the poor, translated from English. In this piece, we can recognize the history of Little Jack by Thomas Day, a story that will continue in the next 2 issues of Azdarar. Here too, the author is not named. The story was extremely popular in England, and it related the adventures of an orphan who had been lovingly raised by an old veteran who had nourished him by having a goat nurse him. Brought up on the solid principle of honor, hard work, and honesty, upon his adoptive father's death, the boy will travel around the world becoming a soldier, subsequently returning to England and living a respectable life and helping those in need. Likewise, in the second issue of Azdarar, following the adventures of Little Jack, is the third English piece of the first issues of the Armenian periodical, a story entitled The Story of the Santon Barsiza, which shows how human nature is inclined to evil. Based on a widespread Islamic legend, this story, which has a Gothic flavor and an Oriental setting, is about a 100-year-old hermit who was known for his holiness. He, all of a sudden, as the urging of the devil, gave way to lust for the king's young daughter, ill she had been entrusted to his care. Out of fear of being discovered, he brutalized and killed her. Betrayed by the devil who had stolen his soul, he was found out and executed. Appearing in issue 148 of The Guardian on August 1713, the history of Santon Barsiza, this story was attributed to another famous pioneer of English journalism, Richard Steele, who founded the Tatler in 1709 and worked together with Addison on The Spectator. Likewise, illustrating the initial link between Azdarar and the British press are the engravings, which have a clear English provenance. In the Armenian periodical, they accompany and illustrate both the history of Santon Barsiza and the history of Little Jack. There are no illustrations for the vision of Mirza. In the case of the story of Santon Barsiza, as we can see, the presence of an engraving also sheds light on the source that was probably used by Shemaonian. If we look at this publication, the pleasing instructor or entertaining moralist, select essays collected from the most eminent English authors, which was published at London in 1780, we find in the list of contents, in the 3rd page of the list of contents, both the history of Santon Barsiza and the vision of Mirza. Next, if we go to the first story, so history of Santon Barsiza, I think you can see that we find at the beginning the very same engraving that appears in Azdarar. In the latter, however, the name of the English engraver, who was John Lodge, has been removed, and in its place there appears the Armenian caption, Santon Barsiza kills the king's daughter. I'm sorry, I couldn't find a better image, but it is written in Armenian, Santon Barsiza spanane Zarkaduster, that is to say, Santon Barsisa kills the king's daughter. Aside from the inferior quality of the materials used for the Armenian periodical, paper and ink, in comparison with the English publication, however, it is possible to see with the naked eye minor differences between the two engravings. Such as the turban of Santon Barsisa, which is lower over the left eye in the English model, and higher in the Azdarar engraving. These differences show Shmabonian's use of copies. We can hypothesize the same for the series of illustrations that accompanies the story of Little Jack. We have already referred to the fact that the English story enjoyed remarkable success and was published numerous times. If we look at the first English edition, here it is, of 1788, we find that it was embellished with 22 cuts. Moreover, we discovered that here too, the very first engraving is present in Azdarar. You can see it. In this instance too, Shmabonian, or someone on the editorial staff, took the care to obtain the illustrations as well as the text. However, in this case, the set in Azdarar consists of 20 engravings and not 22, as in the English publication. 2 illustrations are missing. In this next slide, we see some of the engravings of Azdarar. And in this slide, we see an English edition of 1800. This means that it is later than Azdarar, and it shows that the matrices remained in London, and those of Azdarar were copies. There is a little difference that you can see by yourself. If you look at the house behind the English soldiers, you see that the lines are in a different direction. In the first image, the model, the English model, they go towards down, while in the other, in the image that was published in Azdarar, they are going up. As we have already noted, the history of Little Jack was published in Azdarar in installments from the second, I'm going to conclude, from the second to the 4th issue, which was the last of 1794. With the end of the story of Little Jack, the presence of English fiction in the periodical also comes to an end. As of the 1st issue of 1795, in fact, Shmabonian privileged writings of a historical nature, especially, even if not exclusively, by Armenian authors, such as the history of the Persian by Khachaturian, and the history of Haidar Ali Khan by Jacob Simonian. These were historical texts more closely tied to the interests of the colony of Madras, to its ties with Persia, and to its heartfelt patriotic sentiments regarding Armenia, which was then under Ottoman and Persian control. Along the same lines are the pieces concerning Roman history. Even a rapid review of this text readily shows how Armenians of the late 18th century felt that Roman history, with its heroes and examples of courage, military valor, fidelity, and concord, was able to offer profoundly meaningful lessons. There are many other notices transmitted by Azdarar, but we don't have time to discuss them today. What I wished to underline today is the English influence, which acted as a propulsive force for the birth of the Armenian periodical, but was subsequently attenuated so that the periodical adhered more closely to the sentiments and needs of the community that it was meant to serve. Grazie.
Thank you so much for the fascinating paper. And now we have Dr. Hasmi Karakosyan, who will be telling us more about the fascinating figure of Proto-Constitution. Thank you.
So, first and foremost, I want to express my gratitude for the chance to share my research here, which was conducted using the material provided me by Professor Sepuh Aslanyan. When Professor Aslanyan and I first met in Matenadaran about 3 years ago, he noticed that my area of interest was Armeno-Persian, namely Persian material written by Armenian script, handwritten and printed literature, and sent a photo of the document, which I am going to present now. In 1795, the Shabbat or May-June months edition of Armenian magazine Azdarar of Madras published Armenian script version of a Persian document issued by Muhammad Ali Khan Walajah, the Nawab of Arcot, in the Nawab of Arcot. In the magazine, the published document is titled in Armenian, Պատճեն թղթոին վարաջա Մահմադ Ալի Խանին էդավաս իհայգրով հուսամ ընթերցողած հաջո լինի ըստ կամած հյուրանց. The copy of the document of Mahmad Ali Khan Varajayi here is written in Armenian script. I hope this is pleasant for readers concerning their desires. The Persian version of the lithographed in fine document is attached to the magazine, while the published version is in Armenian print letters. Moreover, further analysis of the document indicated that Muhammad Ali Khan Walajah appointed the assignment of Arabic script publication to Shmavon's son Harutun from Shiraz. He was better known as priest Harutun Shmavonian, the founder of the Armenian publishing house and the editor of Armenian magazine Azdarar in the 18th century in Madras. In the screen, I present the Persian version of the document attached to the magazine. Then this is Armeno-Persian version of the document published in Azdarar. Here you see the text, yes. And this is the main text and the English translation of the text. And I want to mention that the text of the document is divided into two sections, verse and prose. The document starts, Nawab Umbatul Mulk Walajah, Amir al-Hund, Asaf al-Dualla, Anwaruddin Khan Bahadur, Zafar Jang. May God preserve his country and his power forever. Here we see verses from Nizami Ganjavi's Sharafnameh and Divane Anvari, Iranian poet from 12th century. And I want to emphasize that in colonial India till the mid-20th century, many Persian texts, including Ganjavi's Iskandarnameh, Divane Anvari, were prominent texts of the syllabus of universities. The first verse from the Nizami Ganjavi's Iskandarnameh, from the passage that Setayesh Atabak Nasireddin, in admiration Atabak Nasireddin. So in Persian, Zaman ta zaman az sepahre boland be fath degar bash firuzmand azam bishtar khavari dar zamir velayat setam bash o afaq pir, which means from time to time, from above the sky, be a winner also in the next conquest, enrich your essence and be victorious and conquer horizons. So the next verse is from an unknown author. O son of the universe, shine on me, borrow the light from me. O shadow of God, do not remove your shadow from my head. The next one is from the Divan of Anvari, and the first bait of the Ghazal, Dar Mathe Sultan Sanjar, in praise of Sultan Sanjar. Gardel o dast bahro kam bashad, dil o dast khudai gam bashad. If the heart and the hand are his and mine, then the heart and hand are divine. And the last one, again, from the unknown author, I will read only English. If you're blessed with generosity as big as cloud, you will not be left without wealth. No matter how much you donate, there will be no shortage. And then the main text, the translation of the text. A certain literary, the smallest of the creators, Padre Aratun Ibn Shamu, Harutun son of Shemavon from Shiraz, the house of knowledge, having been requested to enter this country with a sealed and a numbered document for per diem as needed, has arrived in this country. And this ignorant man, who knows nothing of science and art, thought that one should waste a lot of time to write a book. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a printing press, the intended printing press with great efforts and with the help of divine excellence and the divine grace. We sincerely hope that with the constant kindness of the honorable gentleman, the printing house will become known by the name of Sami Walajah, and that Arabic, Persian, and other books will be printed. Within the boundaries of decency is enough. It becomes clear from the content of the text that when Harutun Shemavonian arrived from Shiraz, as mentioned in document, Darul Elm, House of Knowledge, or seat of Persian literature, the Nawab of Arcot gave him permission to engage in publishing activities in Madras, including Arabic script, considering Shemavonian's good knowledge of Persian. On the screen, you see the key points, the principal points of my presentation, and meantime, I will discuss the structural features of the document. Before addressing the structural features of the document, let us mention that in the book entitled Armenians in India by Mesrov Seth, the document is called Farman. The term Farman was used for the official decree with certain structural features issued by shahs or emperors, which is also different from the term Sanad, plural asnad, which has the general meaning of private, judicial, or administrative document. Only in a few cases, as in the Indian Mughal administration, was the word Sanad used as a technical term for a special category of farmans. This document, if it is also has the meaning of an order, does not have the structure of farman. It can be considered sanad as a form of administrative document that had content of order or royal ordinance. We take some structural arrangement of documents as a basis for such classification. In the Mughal administrative structure of India, the tradition of the format of Persian administrative documents continued, and the features of the farman are not outstanding here. The document in question begins by mentioning the titles of the ruler, before which we do not find such titles as Abul Fath, Abul Muzaffar, Abul Nasr, father of victory, which were put before the names of the kings in Iranian or in Persian decrees, also in the Safavid bureaucracy. However, it should be noted that the family name or Shajara of Muhammad Ali Walajah ends with the title Zafar Jang, meaning the war winner, which is evident in the names of the other Khans of this dynasty in the following forms: Nasir Jang, Salabat Jang, Muzaffar Jang, Shahamad Jang, Samsam Jang. All in Persian mean war winner, brave of war. In the document, we also do not see the royal introductory formulas like Farmane Ali Shot, Farmane Humayun Shot, and Farmane Humayun Sharaf Nafaz Yaft, which mean the degree obeyed, or a hybrid form of the governors, Amre Hokme Ali Shot, with the same meaning. So, moreover, there are no words glorifying God, only good wishes addressed to the ruler, one line, after which the verse section is written. It should be noted that there are no verses in Iranian farmans. The verse section was typical to letters in administrative correspondence of Mughal India. And for example, when a prince wrote to the other prince a letter, or Subadar to the other, the verse section is followed by the main text, after which we do not see the Nawab sea leader. It should also be considered that in theory, under the Mughal administrative line, the Nawab of Arcot was in third rank, subject to the Mughal emperor at Delhi and the Nizam of Hyderabad, and the Mughal southern head governor situated in Deccan. Muhammad Ali Walaja was thus the subordinate ruler who had to show loyalty to the emperor at Delhi and Deccan Nizam of Hyderabad in the rank of Subadar, the provincial governor of Arcot. This document does not have a seal. It has an artistic decoration. A floral ornament is in the middle and is proportionally divided into sections. It should also be noted that the Indian administrative formalities, the orders of Nawabs or Subadars, vernacular letters addressed to subordinate officer were called parvana or ejazename in Persian, which means permission. And this document can be considered as Sanat Parvana. The Sanat Parvana in question was issued by Muhammad Ali Walaja, the Nawab of Arcot, and it is important to briefly touch upon the question on what kind of activity the Nawab carried out and what was the basis for the aforementioned permission. In general, in the second half of the 18th century, one should observe that India started largely to be under the control by the East India Company. Muhammad Ali Khan Walaja, who ruled from August 3, 1749 to October 13, 1795, managed to become the overlord of the whole Carnatic province under the patronage of his ally, English East Company. Muhammad Ali was increasingly dependent on the British, both financially and military. The resources of the Nawab were severely strained. In the 1770s, not only he had to pay annually towards the maintenance of the company's troops, but he was overwhelmed with private debt. But Nawab was also a ruler with high diplomatic and statecraft skills. Besides English East Company, there were frequent contacts between the Dutch and Arcot during the reign of Nawab Muhammad Ali. It should be noted that the Nawab strove for the sovereignty. He tried to eliminate the monopoly held by the British, especially in cultural matters. From the mid-1770s to the 1780s, the Nawab and the English company got into various conflicts over Nawab's policies, who wanted to suppress the company. It was seen by the English as threats for its power in India. The Nawab looked down upon the company and manifested a stronger desire of independence than ever before. It is here that we should look one of the answers to the question why Muhammad Ali, who was an ally of the British and who already had the experience of Latin script and Arabic script printing in India, and in fact a monopoly of printing, agreed and commissioned Khachaturian, an Armenian figure, to deal with publishing also in Arabic script. This was the result of the mutual desire between the English and Nawab to gain power of each other. It is also worth mentioning that in Madras, the Armenians had a symbiotic but increasingly uneasy relationship with the English East India Company. With regard to the cultural aspect, Muhammad represented his court in the splendid Persianized Islamic tradition and used Persian as an official language. In terms of religion, he represented himself as a pious Muslim. Just like these Mughal overlords and other early modern Muslim rulers, he attempted to find his place in the wide contemporary Islamic cosmopolis by displaying the patronage of Islamic tradition and going on the pilgrimage to Mecca. Meantime, he was tolerant towards Hinduism and also Christianism as a religion of allied Europeans. It should be noted that Muhammad Ali had a special attitude not only towards Persian language and Persian culture, but also towards Iran. He had family ties with the Safavid dynasty of Iran. According to the chronicle Tuzaki Walajahi, his wife Khaduja Begum was a Safavid princess. She was the descendant of a nephew of Persian Shah Tahmasp, who migrated to Deccan. Through his marriage to become the son-in-law of a glorious and noble family of the Shah of Iran, the paradise of earth. The integration in Persian culture was so strong that Muhammad Ali sent a demand to the English governor of Madras, not call him Your Excellency, Your Highness, but Arzdasht in Persian. And it is not surprising that Muhammad Ali Walaja also had the sympathy for the residents and traders who moved from Iran to India, particularly the Armenians. Muhammad Ali Walaja's document on imitating Arabic script printing and naming the printing house after him was, as mentioned, published in Shabat month's edition of Azdarar journal in 1795, which coincides with the months of May and June. The Nawab passed away about 4 months after the publication of the discussed document on October 13, 1795. This event is taken into account as the cause of the project's failure to be completed. Now I will introduce some data concerning to the Armenians of Madras and Shmavonian's biography and printing activities. Scholars state that in the early 1780s, the progressive Armenian citizens of Madras requested a worthy priest from the spiritual leader of the Armeno-Indian diocese for the purpose of educating their children and enlightening the community. Archbishop Mukherjee considered it expedient to send Khachaturian Shmavonian from Shiraz to Madras, who had been ascetic for the 7th year in the monastery of Persian dervishes, in one of the covers of the mountain called Babaku. It should be mentioned that the name of the Babaku, peak of the northern mountain range of Shiraz, the Parnassus of Shiraz, and the east of Persian, and the seat of Persian literature, and the spiritual significance of this mountain are connected with the name of Sufi Sheikh Abu Abdullah ibn Abdallah Bakia Shirazi, who lived here in the 10th, 11th century, and who was also known as Ibn Bakia. He lived as a hermit in one of the covers of this mountain, died in 1038, and was buried there. Most likely, the very name Babaku, which literally means father of the mountain, became the popular name of the Ibn Bakia, by which the mountain is also known. In fact, the Armenian priest devoted himself to an ascetic life in a hermitage of Sufis in one of the covers of Babaku after he lost his 2 children. Neglecting the worldly life, devoted himself to asceticism. Mesrov Seth writes about Shmavonian. The Armenian religious leader studied carefully and intellectually from the dervishes. He learned Persian and gained knowledge about Iran and became a skilled Persian scholar to the surprise of his hermit brothers. Tadeusz Avetumian wrote in his book Aramais in 1846 about the dervishes' influence and how Shmavonian frequently behaved strangely in Madras. For instance, in his opinion, it is stranger that Shmavonian pushed the poor to work, ordered a jug to be made to collect tribute, and gathered money from the rich for common use. So here, I want to show the pictures that I took during my visit to Shiraz in 2021. Here you see the shrine of Ibn Bakia on Babaku, which was built in Qajar period, and the other slide here. So you see the mountain Sabu, the official name of the Babaku, and many caves in surrounding of Ibn Bakia's shrine, which were the cells for dervishes. Khachaturian Shmavonian had a unique place in the history of Armenian printing. In 1789, Shmavonian engaged in printing activity. Before the publication of Azdarar, he had already published many books. For example, the Martyrology of the Virgin Marianne, the history of Emperor Pontanus, Little Sung book by Catholicos Simeon, or Purpur's book called Introduction. In this book, Purpur's book called Introduction, is provided by a ghazal in Persian characters printed in the final page. It is interesting that in the colophon of the book, Khachaturian Shmavonian took information that used Persian type was cast by his skilled pupil Khachik, Zatur Zapian. This data shows that before printing the magazine Azdarar, he already had an access to the Arabic printing types. On a Khachaturian Shmavonian with this Armeno-Persian document printed in Azdarar also had permission to engage in Arabic script printing, and in this context, the history of Arabic script printing in India should be briefly touched upon. It is known that Arabic script printing originated in Europe in 17th century. The first Persian book was printed in Iran only in 1818 when Mirza Zain al-Abedin established a printing house in Tabriz. The initiators of the printing business were the Catholic preachers in India. In 1556, Jesuit missionaries established the first Latin script printing press in Goa. So, in 1781, English Orientalist Charles Wilkins initiated Arabic script printing in Calcutta, creating Bengali and Persian types and publishing the first Latin script and Persian script book in Shai Harkaran, by Francis Balfour. The East India Company employed the type of Wilkins for official announcements in the Calcutta Gazette and the 4 volumes of regulations issued from time to time. From 1781 to 1788, quite a number of Persian fiction books were printed in Calcutta, with Wilkins types or with types obviously based on them. In general, the Arabic script printing in India and the development of Persian and Arabic translation work took place through the Asiatic Society, which was founded in Bengal by the efforts of British Orientalists Charles Dickens and William Jones. An Englishman, Henry Harris, took up Arabic script printing in Madras. Henry Harris, who was admitted locally to the Madras establishment in 1785 as an assistant surgeon, announced in 1786 that he had been engaged for 4 years on a Hindustani dictionary. Representing that, he employed 2 European artists in the manufacture of Persian type, 2 Arabian munshis, and the Portuguese amanuenses. He asked for governor assistance in meeting the cost of type funding, advertising, paper, printing, and binding. And in 1788, Henry Harris proposed to establish a new printing office in Madras, which is, as he said, hoped to render extremely useful by the introduction of the Persian and other Oriental characters. The company's printers, Richard Johnson, who on October 1785 launched the first newspaper in Madras, Madras Courier, protested against the project, likely to prejudice their interest. In reality, Henry Harris' attempts to begin printing Arabic script in Madras were failed. As mentioned, Storey in Madras, the first Persian book published only in 1825 at the college press, and it was Furazai Irtizaye, a treatise on the Muhammadian law of inheritance by Mulavi Muhammad Irtiza Ali Khan Bahadur. The content of the above-mentioned Parvana Sanat and the information about printing business in Madras allow us to assume that upon his arrival from Shiraz, Harutun Shmavonian received permission to engage in printing activity, including the printing of Arabic and Persian books. It can be assumed that the Nawab of Arcot's approval of the Armenian intellectuals' participation in such activity was related to Harutun Shmavonian's excellent knowledge of Persian language and culture, in addition to the socio-political factors mentioned above, particularly the need to fight against the British cultural monopoly. Harutun Shmavonian, seeing the efforts of the English to start printing in Arabic in Madras, published his permission of engaging in Arabic print activity in the already mentioned edition of Azdarar. We are unable to determine the exact day Muhammad Ali issued the document because it lacks the date. As we previously stated, Shmavonian also had the Persian typefaces and some experiences in printing Arabic script due to efforts of his pupil Khachik. Thus, if English Orientalist Charles Dickens was responsible for the invasion of Arabic script printing in Calcutta, Armenian priest intellectual Harutun Shmavonian was responsible for the invasion in Madras. Another issue related to the printing of this document in Persian with Armenian letters is the subject of the discussion. Was only the Armenian script accessible and legible to the Armenian reader? It is known that the core of the formation of the Indo-Armenian colony was the Armenian population of New Julfa. First, the merchants of Julfa, and then their families also who knew the Persian language. Persian was the cart language in India for 300 years, from the end of the 15th century to the mid-19th century. Moreover, the Persian language had its dominant position among all layers of the country's society, Muslim and non-Muslim, as a language of literature and administrative correspondence. The Indo-Armenian population mastered the Arabic script also due to the fact that it was taught in schools, particularly through Persian literature. We think that the use of the Armenian script had a symbolic and moral significance for the Indo-Armenians, and there was already Arabic script printing. The Armenian script was accessible and by virtue of tradition pleasant to the Armenian reader, even though they also spoke, read, and wrote Persian. So I have an epilogue, if I have time. Thank you. Epilogue. The analysis of Muhammad Ali Khan Walajah's Sanat Parvana allows us to state that the Armenian publisher and intellectual Khachaturian Shmavonian also played a role in the initiative to establish the Arabic script printing house in Madras and in the transmission of printing knowledge and culture in the modern period in the Western Asia to Indian Peninsula. Although Muhammad Ali Khan Walajah was an ally of the British and with their patronage reached full power in Arcot and was financially dependent on them, during the years of his power, he tried to shake off the monopoly of the English in particular printing business. According to discussed Sanat Parvana, he expressed his agreement that the Armenian figure as a bearer of printing skills would also undertake Arabic script printing in Madras as a counterweight to the printing activity started by the British. In our opinion, Muhammad Ali, who considered himself a part of the Persian world, also appreciated Khachaturian Shmavonian's knowledge of the Persian language and gave priority to an Armenian figure to carry out that work. In the course of our studies, we didn't find any material about the activity of a printing press after Sami Walajah, and we think that the initiative of the Nawab of Arcot and Khachaturian Shmavonian was not realized, apparently due to Nawab's death months later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karakossian. Another fascinating paper. Well, I'll be giving now a few comments. In the interest of time, I won't pose questions to the presenters. I'll leave that as the purview of the audience. But my comments really are sort of trying to seek out wider parallels from, as a non-Armenian historian, I'm a historian of India, Iran, and the Persian world. So I'll be looking at a few parallels and perhaps even wider patterns. So turning first to Martin Damian's presentation on Mesrov Seth as an Indo-Armenian historian and his history of the Indo-Armenians, published in 1895. I was struck particularly by Martin's suggestion that Seth was perhaps the first Armenian antiquarian and Orientalist. And this really made me think of a number of other parallels, whether Iranian or Indian, based in Calcutta or indeed in Bombay. I thought particularly of the book from a few years ago that I'm sure you'll know, Martin, by Afshin Madashi, Exile and the Nation, in which Madashi discussed the interplay between Bombay-based Zoroastrians, the Parsis, who had been in India for several centuries, and the Zoroastrian community of central Iran, particularly Yazd, also Kerman, and these trading cities that came increasingly closely into contact with British India, and particularly Bombay and Calcutta in the 19th century. And from this background, Madashi looks at the rise of new types of historical writing and linguistic and indeed antiquarian and Orientalist rediscovery of the Iranian past, and particularly the ancient and the pre-Islamic Zoroastrian Iranian past. Madashi talks about, discusses a number of figures such as Kaykhosro, Shahrukh, Dinsho, Irani, both of whom are pretty near exact contemporaries of Mesrov Seth, as well as the somewhat later and very interesting the pioneer Iranian Muslim historian and scholar of the Zoroastrian past, Ibrahim Pur Davud, after whom UCLA's Center for Iranian, the study of the Iranian world, is named. I also thought, flipping from Bombay then to Calcutta, I thought of other Iranian exiles and printers in Calcutta, particularly the Shirazi brothers, a pair of merchants and reformers and nationalist, but liberal nationalist reformers who founded the well-known Calcutta-based Persian journal, Habl al-Matin, and also published a number of travelogues, pseudo-travelogues, the travels of Ibrahim Beg, if I remember the title correctly. So more widely involved in kind of publishing sort of historical or quasi sort of historical texts with this kind of homeland orientation too, rather like the Parsis and the Zoroastrians of Bombay. And finally, within Calcutta then, your presentation, particularly this conception of Seth as an antiquarian and Orientalist, around this time, the turn of the century, around 1900, made me think of of a new generation of Bengali scholars in this period who were scholars of Sanskrit, which of course had obviously been a long sort of Brahminical tradition, but they were scholars of Sanskrit not in the traditions of Brahminical learning, but in the methods of the Orientalist, more text critical, codicological, and in some measure antiquarian as well. And these Bengali scholars also began then studying and actually recovering the history of Pali texts, not least by traveling with British scholars together up to Kathmandu, where Pali texts from India had survived. And rather like Seth, several of them were members. One was even actually became, I think, the first Indian president of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. And I thought too, here there was this sort of interesting interplay with these Bengali Hindu scholars, an interplay with what I called in the book I wrote about these figures, the interplay of the, what did I call it? The projection of the self and the appreciation of the other. Because insofar as they learned Pali, they were rediscovering a Buddhist past that was not their past as Hindus. Nonetheless, there was this reframing of the Buddhist past in this period of nationalism as part of a larger collective Indian past. And I thought of that in a way that Seth is an Armenian historian, but he's actually recovering an Indo-Armenian history as well, which is at once a historian of self and other in some ways. Turning to the second paper, another fascinating paper by Dr. Sirinian on Azdarar, the first Armenian periodical. This was especially interesting to me, having worked on the history of early Persian printing and indeed early Arabic language printing in Calcutta, in Bombay, and indeed in Iran, but not in Madras. So these papers were a real delight to me. I thought immediately, I mean, as I started hearing you speak, Dr. Sirinian, I thought immediately of William Hickey's Bengal Gazette. So famously with the studies anyway, a scholar whose name escapes me, but William Hickey's Bengal Gazette, founded in 1779, is the beginnings of printing in Calcutta, preceding then the Madras Courier that you mentioned. And what I thought was especially interesting here was the adaptation, not only perhaps of this notion of a periodical, a newspaper, but also of the subscription model as actually a means of economically making this work, and particularly as a sort of such a pioneering enterprise. I also thought of the much mentioned first Persian newspaper anywhere, which is printed in Calcutta and published by the famous Hindu reformer Ram Mohan Roy, who also, of course, traveled to England on behalf of the heads of one of the other successor states, the Nawab of Awadh. And this newspaper, Mirat al-Akhbar, the Mirror of News, was founded in 1822. So not only is that later, but also, as far as I'm aware, no one's ever found a surviving copy of that. So this was doubly exciting to actually see the newspaper, the Armenian earlier newspaper, not only hear of it. And the earliness then of Azdarar struck me even more so then, not only being earlier than the first Persian newspaper, then or the first Arabic script newspaper in India, that Mirat al-Akhbar, but also half a century earlier than the Kaghazi Akhbar, literally newspaper published by Mirza Saleh Shirazi, who brought the second printing press to Iran in 1817 and founded Iran's first newspaper, or first Persian script newspaper, then at least in 1837. So much earlier, but here too, there's a wider pattern because Mirza Saleh had learned to print in London as an apprentice for the Oriental language printer, so the Persian, Arabic script and other non-European script languages for the British and Foreign Bible Society, which at this point then were, well, actually by 1813 was active in Calcutta. But again, what's striking is when we're turning to the 1780s, as we are in this case, it's really important to note that within British India, the great pioneers and the great leap forward in non-European script typography and then lithography were the missionaries. The Protestant missionaries whom we've heard about, and indeed all sorts of other missionaries. Even the Mormon missionaries turned up in Calcutta by I think, midway through the 19th century. Yet missionaries weren't allowed in East India Company territory until after 1813 with the renewal of the East India Company's charter in the British Parliament, by which time evangelicals, the great progressives of their day, forced the East India Company to allow missionaries into company territory. So again, going back before, and it's after that point, after 1813, there are more missionary printers, more non-European language script printers in Calcutta, Madras, and elsewhere, more local workers. And this is the great sort of period of the great distribution, the explosion of printing then across India. So again, Azdarar is extraordinarily early for preceding not only particular texts, but also the arrival of these major players within company territory. Another way in which I think Azdarar fits this wider pattern, though, as well as its striking individuality of being so early, this wider pattern then, as I'm sure many of you in the audience will know better than I do, of Armenians as being regional pioneers of print. Of course, in New Julfa, as we all know, in the 1600s, and in Mount Lebanon in the 18th century as well. And in an article I published various years ago about the pioneer figures in Arabic script typography and printing, whether in Egypt or Iran or elsewhere, I called these figures journeymen, middlemen, as in some sense sort of intermediaries, but artisan intermediaries. And this raised the question for me really of who were the artisans. And I think you both touched on this at some point. We often know rather more about the Charles Wilkinsons and so on, the figures who were the editor publishers of these newspapers and journals, but not necessarily the type founders and so on. And as regards the Armenian illustrator then, I was particularly fascinated by your discussion of the illustration and the way that you noted, and actually your wonderful visual detective work that you spotted that evidently the original matrices were still there in London. And this reminded me too of a wider pattern. Some years ago when I was working on one of the books published by those Calcutta-based Shirazi exile brothers, the Habl and Mateen Press, they published a book by Muhammad Ali Shirazi called the Mikado Nama, the Book of the Japanese Emperor. And in that too, that contained a number of images which had actually the name of a Bengali artist in them, Bosa, so a very common Bengali name. And yet when I looked more closely into this, I just sort of had a hunch. It turned out that these were actually illustrations made on the spot in the Sea of Japan by the Dutch war artist William Koekkoek. And they'd been printed in the Illustrated London News, which of course had turned up in Calcutta. And then Bosa had, similarly, I guess not had the matrices or whatever it was by 1900 and had to make a copy. So again, this sort of wider connection of the circulation of images, but not necessarily the circulation of the matrices or the original technology that had made said images. And finally, turning to Dr. Karakossian's paper on Khachaturian Shmavonian, I was really struck by Armeno-Persian. And this made me think of a really sort of very old pattern that of the writing of Persian in non-Arabic script. The very earliest version of New Persian, so Farsi, the language we've been talking about, not Middle Persian, of course, not ancient Old Persian. The oldest instance of the writing of New Persian that we know of so far is actually an inscription in Hebrew script, only photographed once in the 1950s in a very high mountain pass in Afghanistan called Tangi Azar. So this is very long-standing pattern then, and it's so interesting that the first written version of New Persian, as well as what seems then be this very early typographic or even perhaps lithographic. So yeah, here too, Graham Shaw was who I was thinking of then, when his work on Calcutta printing with William Hickey, and Shaw's also work on Calcutta lithography. And I'm really kind of curious here, as I think you are. I mean, you didn't sort of overstate. I'm not even sure you did state this was lithography, the image there of the Farman or the Sanad, because Shaw's work, as far as I remember, dates lithography after the lithography had been invented, stone printing, by this rather curious figure, a failed Bavarian comic actor called Aloysius Senefelder. And Senefelder had invented this mode of printing with a sort of writing on a crayon on a stone and printing that way rather than with cast type, in order to find a cheap way to print music, because he was a sort of a comic, sort of, kind of proto-music hall entertainer. And this had been taken then to Calcutta by the East India Company around 1800 or even sort of 1803, according to Shaw, to actually print maps for the use of printing cartography. No one had yet, according to the standard historiography, got the idea yet of printing non-European languages, which of course it would be the great step forward, the great leap forward for. So here then, turning then away from Calcutta to, in this case then, Muhammad Ali Khan Walajar, he's a really interesting figure. In all of the great successor states of the Mughals, the Walajars have been completely pretty much the least studied. The only study I know of really is the one of John Gurney, this sort of infamous Oxford DPhil, which has been sort of locked up in the Bodleian Library for 50 years. So, but the Walajars are really interesting. I mean, they're also rather well known as patrons of European artists. Tilly, I forget his name, who sort of did a painting and a series of paintings of the Walajars by this sort of period. So they are very much engaged with new European modes of representation, I guess, and of reproduction. And here too, then, we have echoes, I think, of Calcutta, but also what I'm really struck by, and as a historian of print, you know, I'd like to emphasize how extraordinarily early these developments that you both described are. Because I thought particularly when in Calcutta, the Serampore missionaries, so the Christian missionaries, but they're not allowed into Calcutta at this point, they're in the Danish colony, the Serampore upriver. In the around 1810, when the Serampore missionaries start printing in Chinese, they actually have to use a wood block, carve a wood block to be able to print Chinese characters. So that's kind of extraordinary that we're in the age here of lithography, typography, 400 years after Gutenberg, but Europeans are now having to switch back to block printing of a pre-Gutenberg form in order to engage with non-European scripts. And then when they printed Morrison's great massive dictionary of Chinese, the Serampore Baptists then had to spend so much money on typography, they had to have a massive underwriting from the East India Company itself, which of course was active further east. So I just say these things just to sort of emphasize the striking earliness, originality, and sort of significance of what you've discovered here. But the question then of what exactly it is, and particularly the Farman or Sanad with the Persian text on it, I wonder whether this was lithography, because it would be so puzzlingly early, or whether perhaps it's an engraving. And in this way, I sort of wondered, it just made me think of in Asiatic Researches, the journal then of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, which I think was using copperplate engraving then in the 1780s and 90s around this period when it was presenting a number of other scripts, such as the rediscovered Brahmi and Pali, and as well as Persian. And that, to me, at least, that puzzling floral ornament in the middle, which would be out of place, as you absolutely rightly say, on a Sanad or a Farman. But it did look to me like, you know, the kind of thing one would see on a European kind of copperplate engraving. So I wonder about that. But again, if that were a copperplate engraving here, that would be in some ways as exciting, or maybe even more exciting than if it were a very early example of lithography. So forgive me for sort of carrying on perhaps a bit longer than I should, but these are three really exciting and groundbreaking papers. Thank you all so much. And I will now field how many minutes? 5 minutes of questions? We're on time now.
We're actually running a little late next time because we can afford.
Yeah.
So we have time for some questions. And then we will this session finished at 10:15. So does anyone have any questions for the audience that pertains to the presentation? Yes.
Sorry, just one moment, please. We just need you to speak to the mic.
Thank you.
Smik.
Yes.
Yes. I have a quick comment, and that's about Babaku, because it was a main figure in your paper. I think I may be wrong, but the translation of Babaku could be the mountain of father, the Baba's mountain, just like in Shirku or Zarku or Kafalanku. So it's just a suggestion if you want to have.
Baba of mountain.
Mountain of Baba,
Baba.
Babaku, like Shirku, a mountain of
Okay, we have
lions.
here inversion. If we have in Persian, Kuhe Baba,
Yes,
it means mountain of father.
Yes.
Okay, and when we replace the words, so we
Yeah.
have here one word, and the meaning is the same.
exactly, exactly. But this is the modern Persian. In older Persian and also in dialects around Iran, they are still in that reverse order. So you could say Babaku is as in Kurdish, like Anisur, or it's not in Gilaki the same. So this the modern Persian would be Kuhe Baba, but older Persian could be Babaku.
Babaku, father mountain, you mean?
A mountain of father.
Mountain of father?
Yes, mountain of Baba is Ku. So is that good Ku that Baba exists or lives or was there? Sorry, it became longer
Okay.
than I expected, but just a suggestion.
Okay,
Thank you.
And so here next time. This one, the most going over the discussion of whichever it was.
Okay, Baba.
But you mentioned it was the Hajar, so a 19th century shrine, and just on the theme of circulation, we have the Sufism had been reintroduced to Iran after the Safavid persecutions from India by Nur Ali Shah, who was actually been in a Sufi order that had been exiled to India for several centuries and comes back at the end of the 18th century. So here too, we have this sort of circulation,
yes.
going back and forth.
Yeah.
Spencer, please.
Yeah, thank you for all three of you for those talks. They were excellent. And this question is really for any of the three of you who would like to answer. But I'm curious, does your research, because you all sort of get into the influence of European Orientalism and the sort of big players of European Orientalism on Armenian print and print culture, does your research highlight or illuminate in any way sort of these Orientalist or even missionary attitudes towards the Armenians in India as people, towards their religion, towards their relationship to Europeans? I'm curious because I've read a great deal about how the Orientalist groups might view, say, Persians or Indian Hindus or Sufis of various groups. But when it comes to Armenians, I know very little. And I was curious if your research might expand on that at all.
I can make a quick
Yes.
comment on that. I don't know if this will directly answer your question, but I definitely, let me speak from the example of Mesrov. I get the it's interesting that you mentioned that because Mesrov was taught at a missionary school.
Right.
And in Armenians in India, he talks about how his strict German teacher was a missionary teacher, was a big influence on him, and how he was so much better. And at the Armenian College, there was some who he claims an illiterate Turkish Armenian who didn't know, because he didn't know classical Armenian, was the reason he considered him an illiterate person, and he very much tarnished him as an interloper. But anyway, this is kind of beside the point. I get the impression that you mentioned missionary attitudes towards Armenians and other peoples. I maybe this is related. I do kind of get the impression that perhaps Orientalist societies like the Asiatic Society of Bengal and Great Britain, perhaps we could tentatively say they were a little more, let's say, a little more prone to accept people like Mesrov Seth, very Europeanized in his language. He had a masterful, he was a master of English. If you read his text, it's like he's like a Victorian author, the way that he writes Armenians in India. And, it brings to mind also our attitudes of missionaries and Europeans towards Armenians in other places like the Ottoman Empire, where Armenians were very much, intermediaries. And that's the same thing in India, in pre-colonial and then going into colonial India. Armenians played this intermediary role between Europeans and Indians, and certainly did play a major role in the establishment of I mean, at least some of them did. Individual Armenians did play a major role in the establishment of the Europeans in India. So I don't know if that answers your question, Spencer. But I hope that touched on your question a bit.
Absolutely, it was very helpful. Thank you.
I think I can see a hand there at the back.
Yeah. This is a question for Dr. Sirinyan. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the interaction between Armenian printing in Madras and Tamil printing in Madras, if there was any. Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, the relation between the Armenian printing in Madras and
Tamil printing, the regional language.
oh, sorry. Well, it's a difficult question. I'm only concentrated on the Armenian printing, so I don't know. I only say that there is an influence of Indian language. I mean, as Professor Cowie says, this is not classical Armenian, but there are Armenian words inside the this review, this journal. But I don't know if this was what you wanted to know.
Thank you.
As for the Tamil press, I really don't know.
I may actually perhaps as a historian of India, it's natural I might perhaps say a few things about that. I was actually kind of thinking somewhat earlier, really. I mean, particularly the mention of we've had the occasional mention of German scholars or German missionaries, and I think as an Indian historian of India, it's really wonderfully exciting to have all this great scholarship on Armenians. But we often forget that there were the Danish colonies within India, which are very important for the beginnings of printing. Both outside Calcutta, as I've already mentioned, at Serampore, but also at Tranquebar, this very small Danish colony sort of near Madras. I mean, it's at Tranquebar that we actually had sort of Danish colony that there were a number of very active German pietists, sort of Protestant pietist missionaries, including Bartholomeus Stiegenbach. And Stiegenbach then becomes the pioneer in Tranquebar of panel printing, if I remember correctly. And it's through interactions with Tranquebar, with the Danish Protestant missionaries there, that we have a number of the very, very early Indian princes in India, or perhaps in any way the earliest, or his patrons, we don't know, perhaps who's doing the artisans doing the actual work. And that's the ruler, Raja Serpati II of Tanjore, near Madras. In 1805, 1806, he set up the Devanagari language press that started actually printing Sanskrit texts. So we here have again this sort of missionary and Orientalist in a sense, but actually kind of Danish and German rather than sort of kind of British, these other peoples, these other Christianities. And going back to the sort of the Asiatic society and who was included and who wasn't, actually the Hindu Serpatji of Tanjore was actually made an honorary member of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain for his promotion then of Sanskrit as well. And as I remember correctly, so was Mirza Shirazi, the Iranian Muslim pioneer of Persian language printing. Okay, I think
so one more question.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all the work, Dr. Sirinyan. I'm a fan. I have a typographic question because I'm not very familiar with I know Arabic and Persian have different types, and it was very hard in the beginning to create type because of the diacritical marks and all that. So in Hasmi as well, when you were saying Arabic script, Persian printing, was that interchangeably used, or did they use Arabic script first for Persian printing, or there were two different types, or it was harder to typecast the Persian? Was there like a distinction there, or it was interchangeable?
No, in fact, you know that Persian is written right by Arabic script.
Right.
So we don't have any differences between nothing difficulty to use Arabic script for Persian. It is normal that they use Arabic script for Persian material.
but not like the small differences that we see now.
There are three letters that are in Arabic script. Persians, Iranians added three letters, only these three letters,
Right.
but not difficult to
Okay.
use Arabic script for Persian now. And we know that from the period of New Persian period, they use Arabic script script for Persian language.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I think that is.
I'll end the session on a light note regarding Mr. Mesrov said, whom I admire very much. But his attitude towards classical Armenian and vernacular is somewhat annoying, to put it like in, quite elitist. So one almost wishes that his tombstone engravers had inscribed his elegy in not in classical, but in the worst form of like bowdlerized vernacular. Maybe we would be turning in his grave, unfortunately, but anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. It's fascinating. I really learned a lot. It is just extraordinary what you found. Really fascinating figure as well. Seth, I didn't know that.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments.
Yeah, well, yeah.
For example, I would.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah, that's what we need, these specialist close studies. It's really what we need. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please, we are starting our fourth panel titled History in the Present. It's a very interesting one because it examines one of the most fascinating aspects of bondage between Armenia and India, and that is the past and the present and how they are intertwined. So when the panelists will give their presentations, at the end, I will give my perspective, how I see the past and the present, and also I will present you some very interesting, amazing, I would say, facts about the past, which is manifested in the bilateral relations of Armenia in India, positively impacts today's, from the very beginning of independence, I call it today's relations between Armenia and India, and how history shaped modern day multifaceted relations between two nations. We have three panelists. So the first panelist is Mr. Armen Arslanian, and his topic is the Armenian Church of Dhaka in Bangladesh and the task of heritage preservation. Just before giving him the floor, let me tell that he's doing an amazing job. This is an example of how Armenian diaspora network works. Gentleman who is from Argentina, lives in Los Angeles, and takes care of the church as official warden of the Armenian Holy Resurrection Church in Dhaka. And the church was reborn, I would tell. And this is a very prominent church. It is known that in 1976, when Mother Teresa visited Bangladesh, she stayed at that church. And also, let me tell that I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Arslanian, even though I know his family, his father. I had the pleasure of meeting him in 2018 when I was the Consul General of Armenia in Los Angeles. He visited the Consulate General, and guess what our talk was about? About the church in Bangladesh and Armenians in India. And let me just add very briefly that Bangladesh was part of India until 1947. After partition, it became part of Pakistan, and another span until 1971, when Bangladesh became an independent state. Mr. Arslanian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank you, Mr. Maibutian, for your words. And sorry. Oh, sure. There's this. Yeah. Thank you for your words, Mr. Maibutian. My name is Armeno Arslanian. As Mr. Maibutian said, I was born and raised in Argentina and Buenos Aires, and I moved to the States, to California in 1987. My work has taken me to several places around the world, I mean, due to business mainly. And one of these places was Bangladesh, and that's exactly what I'm here today. I will start by saying that I'm not an academic. I know, I mean, most of you, most of the people that presented today, they are academics and scholars. I'm not an academic, I'm not a scholar. I'm not even a very religious person. I mean, despite of being in charge of the Church of Bangladesh, I mean, I'm just an Armenian. I mean, actually, I'm just a proud Armenian who stumbled upon something great, far greater than me, actually. I'd like to thank Sewar Slanian and the committee who organized this magnificent event for the invitation. Your passion and interest in these topics keeps our history in the region alive and relevant. But in speaking on the preservation of our history in the Indian subcontinent, I would like to mention Miss Liz Chater from the UK. She's probably, I mean, I want to express my gratitude and sincere, I express my sincere gratitude for her unwavering support to all the projects that we're working together. She has been probably, I mean, the most magnificent support we had in building and trying to get back to whatever was the heritage, the history of the heritage of our church. It's truly fascinating. If there was anyone that should be here today speaking to you, it should have been him. It should have been her. But in her absence, I'll try to do my best. So please bear with me. A little background on how Armenians ended up in Dhaka. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, so you guys have, I mean, my predecessor already talked about that. So, but what I would like to say is that by the mid-18th century, by the mid-18th century, there was a small community of Armenians in Dhaka. They were mainly concentrated in an area located at the northwest of the bank of the Buriganga River. And over time, this part of Dhaka, even to this day, became known as Armanitola. As you guys all know, I mean, Armanitola means, I mean, the neighborhood of the Armenians. So you can see some pictures here. So the beautiful Buriganga River, which actually it's not that beautiful. I mean, it looks beautiful in pictures, but it's extremely highly polluted. Probably one of the most polluted rivers in the world. But in pictures looks nice. Several leading Armenians were landowners, holding large swaths of lands in the surrounding area. Armenians began trading in salt. Some merchants engaged in business with the East India Company, some successfully, others not so successfully. But in the late 19th century, Armenians became profitable, involved also in the jute industry. The community was never large in numbers. But regardless, Armenians, as we know, wherever they go, they always take their faith with them. That's what in 1871, the Armenian Holy Church of the Armenian Church of Holy Resurrection was consecrated. The Armenian community was flourishing at the time. Then different circumstances, such as the decrease of the jute business and the British monopoly on this particular industry, World War I, World War II, the partition of 1947, the Bangladesh liberation of war with Pakistan, amongst other things, all this episode led to the gradual decline of the community. Oh, and there it goes. So, and then this is the situation. So, as I said, I mean, there were no, I mean, it was always, I mean, no more than 100 and 110 families, probably 120 families at the peak. But these guys were wealthy, so they had the ability to do the church, which the church is not just a church, it's like it's a compound. It's surrounded by a cemetery. And they have two buildings, a parsonage and another administrative building inside the compound. Let's move on to 1985. By this time, the Armenian community was receiving the Armenian community in Calcutta was receiving alarming news about the conditions of the church in Dhaka. There were rumors that private groups were trying to illegally gain ownership of the church compound. In other words, they were trying to steal the church, which until today, land poaching, it's a very common act in Bangladesh. So legally, I mean, everybody has to be very careful because they can come with a document saying that the land was sold to them, and then you have to go to court to prove it. So, but the situation in 1985, as I said, it was really there. So, according to the rumors, getting to Calcutta, the church was in complete disarray. So they decided to get in touch with Mr. Michael Martin, which his Armenian name was Mikhail Martirosyan. By then, he was living in Calcutta, and they asked him to please take action and see what was going on in Dhaka. He went to Armanitola and found that the rumors were true. The church was in complete disarray, and decided that the only way to protect this church was to move in with his family. So he did. I think this is young Michael Martin. So he did. So he moved with his family into the compound of the church. Despite the hostility against him from different parties trying to constantly oppose the church, he remained headstrong. And actually, he's the sole reason why we do have an Armenian church today in Dhaka. So why this church remained as an Armenian church. Here in the picture, you can see Mr. Martin with Agam Sarpazan from Australia. The Bangladesh church is under the jurisdiction of the Archbishop of Australia. That's why. I ended up going to Dhaka first time in 2010. And that year is when I met Mr. Martin. I heard of an Armenian church in Dhaka, but I thought that maybe they were confusing Armenian church in Dhaka with the Armenians in Calcutta. I mean, it's even today very common that people confuse Calcutta, Bangladesh being part of India. But to my surprise, when I got over there, so I learned that there was a church, an Armenian church, on the grounds of the Armanitola. So, and when I went there, it was an incredible experience. So it was like walking through a portal, going from a chaotic universe to a completely heavenly, peaceful universe. This is when we first met Mr. Martin. From then on, I would travel to Dhaka probably around 5 times a year due to work. But I always, made time to see Mr. Martin and spend time with him. A day or two with him. By that time, his wife, Veronica, had already passed. And actually, she's the last person buried in our graveyard. Also, back then, the 3 daughters of Mr. Martin had already moved to Canada. So he was living there all alone. So, to my knowledge, even to today, he was the last Armenian living in Bangladesh. So, as you guys want to make understand, so there was no other Armenians in Bangladesh. It's important to stress this detail because Armanitola is in the heart of what is known Old Dhaka city. And it's hard to describe, but it's highly overcrowded, highly impoverished, and the demographic is living in a very archaic mindset. And this is as politically correct as I can describe it, honestly. So it's like they are living in the 18th century, probably at that particular area of Dhaka. I'm not sure how many of you had the chance to go to Dhaka, but I would welcome all of you, whenever you have a chance to come. The fact that Mr. Martin chose to remain living in Dhaka by himself with no allies to protect our church, I don't really know how many people would have done that. He truly was one of a kind, a man of principle, a man of gallantry that never gave in to intimidation. That was Mr. Martin. In 2013, the Catholicos of all Armenian, Karakin II, bestowed Mr. Martin with a pontifical bull in recognition of his devotion to the church. A group of Armenians led by the Archbishop of Australia and I flew to Dhaka for these special occasions, as you can see in the picture. This group of Armenians are still active in the region and preserving our heritage throughout Asia. A key person that I would like to mention is the late philanthropist, Mr. Haig Titisian. He was pivotal role model and gave us incredible support to this cause. So this group, which intervened, in Bangladesh, also was helping with the churches in Singapore and Yangon. I think it's important to speak about this because the whole point of doing all this activity in Bangladesh is to preserve our history and to preserve the legacy of what it was, a thriving Armenian community back then. While Mr. Martin was caretaker, a recurring concern was always about the future of the church. Everything was under his hands, so he was alone there. He had a team of people, of course. By 2014, his health, kept declining, and it was apparent that he would no longer continue. But he was still stubborn. So he had a stroke in late February of 2014, and his daughters, flew him out to Canada. So they couldn't stand anymore, having their father living alone in Armanitola. So he remained in Canada until he peacefully passed in 2020. Mr. Martin was a very intelligent and calculated person. While he hated any talk of it, he knew that the time would come where he no longer be able to take care of the church. But and I know, during some of the conversations we had every time I was going to visit him, when someone would dare to ask him, hey, what's going to happen the day that you had to leave or God calls you, he would get furious. To the point that I know that he kicked out from the premises, a couple of Armenians for asking that question. So we had to be very careful with him. He had a very, strong character. Before his departure to Canada, he asked me and the group of Armenians that met to take over. So he trusted, not just me, the group that we went together for the pontifical bull. Although unexpected, I accepted with profound honor. As I said before, even though I am Armenian, I adhere to our Armenian Apostolic Church, but I'm not extremely religious. I'm moderate religious, I would say. Anyways. So once we took over the wardenship of the church, we had to make a decision in how to, in what was our main goal. And the main goal is to preserve this church, not just for the next coming 5 years, for the next 50 or 100 years, probably. So unlike Mr. Martin, we decided that, the best way to do is to create awareness. While Mr. Martin was always trying to keep the church under the radar, he didn't want to bring unnecessary attention. And that is mainly because he was alone. He didn't have the resources, and he felt like, it would be better, so if few people knew about the church, although everybody knows about the Armenian church. So when we took over the wardenship, we made a list of action items and goals that we wanted to achieve. An open door policies was what implemented to attract the attention of the local media, academics, public in general, foreigners, and this is something really interesting because Dhaka is a city of 22 million inhabitants, right? But even though it's a huge city, a very crowded city, if there are 5 interesting things to really see in Dhaka, one of them is our church.
Vatrilavik.
Ayov, Varadzis.
All right, I'm going to set us up.
Can
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you, but I'll fix that.
Now it is fine. May I start? Hello? May I start now? Կարող եմ խոսել հիմա։
Yeah,
Սկսեմ։
we're almost there. Just one moment. Speak again, please.
May I start now?
Okay, almost. And speak again.
Հիմա կարող եմ խոսել։
Speak again.
Կարող եմ հիմա խոսել։
Not yet, but almost. Asmi, can I ask for your eyes? The sound right now is coming from like the computer on there.
No.
So you should find with Shantan.
What was it initially?
Right now it was, I forget.
Կարող եք նորից խոսել?
Այո, լսվում է հիմա։ Ես ձեզ լավ լսում եմ։
Նորից?
Լսվում է հիմա։
Այո, հիմա լսում եմ։
Հիմա ամեն ինչ լավ է։
Այո։
Կարող եմ սկսել։
Դանիելին մի րոպե տվեք, որ ձեր պրեզենտացիան դնի եւ կարող եք։ Can you also turn on this? Խնդրեմ կարող եք սկսել։
Այո, շնորհակալություն։ Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Seth, for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful conference. Today, I will talk about the Armenian schools in India with a special focus on Armenian College in Calcutta. Centuries of Armenian presence in India resulted in the emergence of a number of Armenian communities across the country, most notably in Calcutta, where they had become a vibrant merchant community. Although renowned for their commercial pursuits, Armenians were never negligent towards education and the preservation of their identity. Therefore, they invested into building churches and schools to instill in their children the faith and nationality of their forefathers. Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy is a culmination of these endeavors and an ode to the determination of the Indian Armenian community. Before getting into the main topic, I mean the Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy, I would like to devote a few minutes to talk about the other Armenian schools that were also founded in India and in Bangladesh. One of the earliest records of an Armenian school is in 1763, when Markar Hovanesyan of Julfa established a school in his own home to educate Calcutta's Armenian students. There are also records of a school established by Khachaturian Galutian in 1798. Known for his passion for teaching, Galutian instructed Armenian youths in their mother tongue for over 25 years and encouraged the community to further the cause of education in India. The Armenian Seminary of Saint Sandukt at Sukias Lane existed even prior to 1851, when a report of its examinations in 1851 appeared in the local Calcutta press. Nicholas Bogos School. In 1848, another prominent and influential Armenian from Dhaka, Bangladesh, named Nicholas Bogos, had established the once famous Bogos School in Armanitola, Old Dhaka. It was the first private school in Dhaka. On the 2nd April 1821, a school named Armenian Philanthropic Academy was inaugurated at 358 Old China Bazaar Street in Calcutta, close to the Armenian Church of Nazareth. Astvatsatur Muradkhanyan left ₹8,000 in his will, dated 30th July 1797, towards the establishment of a school for the education of Armenian children. Later, another Julfa-born merchant, Mnatsakan Vartanyan, in 1816, published a pamphlet, Ravirag, through which he urged his compatriots to donate money for establishing a school for Armenian children. His own donation was ₹3,000, and he managed to collect ₹59,583. There were now two significant institutions of Armenian education in Calcutta, Arutun Galutian School and the Armenian Philanthropic Academy. The Armenian community, however, wanted one united school with the potential of attracting Armenian youth at a national level. Thus, upon their insistence in 1825, the two schools were merged under the rectorship of Arutun Galutian to form the Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy, ACPA for short. Golden Era 1863-1883. After the demise of Arutun Galutian, his pupil and distinguished scholar himself, Hovannes Avdelian, became the new rector. He dedicated himself to the furthering of education at the academy. He was succeeded by Tadevos Stepanosian. During his 20-year rectorship, 1863-1883, the academy produced some of its foremost scholars and honored alumni who, by their activities in different walks of life, kept the flag of their alma mater flying high. In 1883, the manager of ACPA, M.J. Galston, invested the accumulated donations made towards the academy into purchasing and moving the academy to its present location at number 39, Free School Street, now 56B Mirza Ghalib Street. The Araratian Library. In 1828, the renowned Araratian Library was inaugurated at ACPA. By 1843, the library had over 1,000 precious and rare Armenian manuscripts and numerous books in English, Latin, Greek, French, Dutch, Persian, and Chinese. Sadly, this rich collection does not exist today. Nevertheless, the institution maintains a well-stocked library thanks to generous donors like Mr. A.S. McCartich, an ex-student of the college, who in 1909 presented the library with thick cupboards and a fairly large collection of English books. In 2017, the school library was once again refurbished. Old and precious Armenian books from the Armenian Holy Church of Nazareth, Calcutta, and St. Mary's Armenian Church, Chennai, were brought, restored, and added to the school collection. The books have been catalogued and preserved to benefit the future generations of students at ACPA by Very Reverend Father Moses Sargsyan. set up from academy to college. According to the records of the Calcutta University, the first batch of students from the academy to be sent for the matriculation examination was in 1870. 18 years later, in 1888, it was decided that to raise the standard of the academy, college classes should be introduced beyond the regular school level to prepare students for higher education in fine arts in affiliation to the Calcutta University. This when the academy came to be known as Armenian College. The name used even today, despite discontinuation of college classes. In fact, college classes were discontinued in 1892. Even though today college classes are not held in the academy anymore, meritorious students sponsored by the Armenian Church of Holy Nazareth and ACPA continued their higher studies in a stream of their choice in prestigious universities across India, establishing a school for girls. In the 1840s, a girls' section with separate classrooms was also set up in ACPA. A few years later, Hovannes Avdalian established a private school for girls, the second Galutian school in his own home. Unfortunately, these schools had a short lifespan. A third attempt was initiated in 1846 by Deacon Mesrov, who opened a girls' school and named it Saint Sandu. A section for boys was later added to it. Alas, this institution too had to close down 6 years later. Davidian Girls' School. David Avedik Davidian conceived the idea of establishing a separate educational institute for girls that would act as a counterpart to ACPA. Thus, the Davidian Girls' School, DGS, was started on 1st March 1922 at Mr. David's residence at 15 Royd Street, which he managed until his death with the assistance of a committee. He also created a trust fund through which almost his entire wealth was dedicated to the education of Armenian girls at DGS. To expand the school, he purchased the huge grounds and buildings of the London Missionary Society at 1 Ashutosh Mukherjee and gave it to the trust in an agreement with the official trustee, Government of West Bengal, who is the ex-officio trustee of the David Trust. For some time during his last years, the school moved to its new premises, but after Davidian's death in 1936, the children were brought back to Royd Street, and in the 1980s, the premises of 1 Ashutosh Mukherjee was leased out to Elgin Properties at a huge loss to the David Trust. Finally, in 1949, due to the strained financial conditions of both ACPA and DGS, the two schools were educationally amalgamated. Expansions at ACPA. Major expansions of the Armenian College took place under the management of J.C. Galastun, one of the most notable members of Calcutta Armenians. A new building and its adjoining plots were bought in 1930. A playground was added along with a swimming pool, which was constructed with the help of benefactor Peter Creed, a fabulously rich Roman Catholic Armenian merchant. The swimming pool still exists. The current ACPA building was built in 1963 and houses the school offices, classrooms, auditorium, dining hall and kitchen, dormitories, teachers' quarters, etc. ACPA in the 2000s. In 1999, ACPA had only 6 students. To keep the academy running, it was imperative to increase the students' count. Consequently, the Armenian community in Calcutta and the alumni decided to hand over the management of the school to the Madrasa of Holy Age in Armenia. Thus, a petition was filed in the High Court of West Bengal to transfer the rights of admission of the school to the Madrasa, which was subsequently approved on 15th February 1999. Our commandant, Mikhail Ajapayan, was instrumental in establishing the new order. Mrs. Sonia John, who was the chairwoman of the Armenian Church Committee at the time, was appointed as the honorary manager of ACPA and DGS. The first batch of teachers and students arrived from Armenia in November 1999. And I was among this first batch as a teacher. Soon after our arrival, I formed and organized the school and church choir, which is still active today. The choir participates in the liturgy every Sunday, and it has performed at various events, festivals, and concerts in Calcutta, Delhi, and Hong Kong, and has won singing competitions in 2006 and 2015. The school today. Education in ACPA is free. Over the years, numerous students from India, Armenia, Iran, and Iraq have passed through the gates of the institution. The current strength of students is approximately 50. ACPA holds in-house classes up to grade 10. The primary medium of education is English, while Armenian is retained as a second language. After completing grade 10, the students can continue their education in high school. Most of them enroll and attend La Martinia School, where I teach Armenian language and literature as their second language, and music. The faculty at ACPA has a good mix of Indian and Armenian teachers to ensure that while students are prepared for competitive Indian examinations, their culture and language remain intact through the teachings of Armenian education. In 2019, due to the tireless efforts of Father Moses Sargsyan, the Armenian College Gallery was set up to document and preserve the history of the institution. In addition to this, he also set up a small museum at the Armenian Holy Church of Nazareth to display a collection of artifacts, salvas, chalices, and other adornments and implements used during Holy Mass. Since 2006, the managerial position of the school is held by the pastors of Armenians in India. From 2021, Father Khachaturian has been the new manager of ACPA, while Father Khachaturian and Father Arjun Mikhailian serve as assistant managers. Extracurricular, the scout troop. One cannot talk about ACPA without mentioning its role in scouting and sports. Armenian College was amongst the first educational institutions in Calcutta to adopt scouting back in 1911, and it reached its zenith between 1937 and 1947. The troop won the esteemed Bell Cup for swimming and life-saving, and the prestigious Jackson Shield, the highest scouting trophy in Bengal. The commissioner of scouts from London declared the Armenian College Scout troop the best in the East. The college troop also undertook training in first aid. In 1965, during the Indo-Pakistan War, 11 scouts manned the civil defense first aid post at the Armenian College. In 1967, 6 scouts were awarded the prestigious President's Scout Badge, rugby in ACPA. ACPA is best known for its excellence in rugby. The sport was first introduced in ACPA in 1871. In the 1960s, the college rugby team won several trophies like the Inter-School Cup, the 7-a-side cup, the Junior Cup, and the Senior 7-a-side cup. In 2007, 11 boys from ACPA represented the Indian under-19 national rugby team in the ARFU Junior Championship in Brunei. In 2017, ACPA brought home the prestigious Georgiadis 7 International Championship trophy after defeating Jungle Cross in finals. The school's rugby team is indeed a real pride for the institution. In conclusion, the Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy has come a long way. It is considered to be a historical school and culturally significant not only for the Indian Armenian community, but also for Armenia and India. It is among the very few still active schools in the diaspora and is unique in its setup and management. ACPA holds a particularly special place in the hearts of those who have studied and worked there, and I, for one, consider myself lucky to have been part of its epic journey. Thank you. Очень большой.
Who lost their relatives and endured poverty and despair. These paintings were made in impressionistic style. He created more than 500 of these works, which retain an exceptional documentary value. By painting these movies, Khachaturian became the only Armenian artist to record the tragedy of Armenians with brush. In 1915, he participated in the exhibition organized by Caucasian Society, where the 30 paintings he included brought him great success. In 1915, the first one-man exhibition of Khachaturian's paintings was organized in Tiflis. In 1917, Khachaturian became one of the founding members of the Union of Armenian Art Lovers in Tiflis. In 1918, he participated in an inaugural exhibition with 42 paintings, 8 of which were brought by the local Armenian council and sent to New York. Later in 1921, Khachaturian, under the leadership of great Armenian poet Hovannes Tumanyan, became a founding member of Armenian Art House, the Istanbul branch of the Union of Art Lovers of Armenia. Also in Istanbul, Khachaturian created graphics for Haikin, Armenian Woman magazine, that was published there at that time. At the same period, Soviet Armenia's government assigns Khachaturian to design the stamps and organize their publication. Their first and second edition were published by Khachaturian in 1921 in Constantinople. Later, in 1924, an album titled Armenia, including color reproductions of 43 Khachaturian's paintings, was published in Vienna with a foreword by the well-known Polish-Austrian art historian Joseph Starzygowski. The album included reproductions of Khachaturian's paintings representing Armenian orphans and deported people. This album was, in a sense, a historical phenomenon, as it was the first Armenian artist monograph ever published. Khachaturian became one of the founders of ANI Group in 1926. ANI united Armenian artists living in Paris, and Khachaturian actively participated in all the initiatives organized by that union. Together with the other members, he presented his works in all the group art exhibitions organized in France and neighboring countries. Thanks to those exhibitions, his works received exposure and praise from prominent European art critics. The artist's name was gradually becoming more recognized by non-Armenian audience, and in 1929, Khachaturian was invited by the government of Iran to restore the frescoes of the Safavid palaces of Isfahan, the Chelsetun, the Ali Rapu, Ashraf Palace. In order to deeply understand the origins of Persian mural painting, he acquainted himself with Persian poetry and visited the tomb of poet Omar Khayyam in Nishapur. Only then did he undertake the restoration of work. Later, in 1946, he returned to the poetry of Khayyam by illustrating Edward Fitzgerald's English translation of Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat with 6 pictures and 101 drawings. After studying the palaces of Isfahan, Khachaturian addressed the letter to Armenian poet, writer, journalist, and editor Ashak Chopanyan. By the way, I'm showing 2 rare depictions of a famous writer created by colleagues of Khachaturian. The artist reported that the colors of the frescoes had faded and the parts of the paintings had fallen off. The rest of the paintings had remained under clay plaster for a long time, and some parts of them are very dirty. Khachaturian not only restored, but also copied the frescoes of the palaces. Khachaturian, at that time, from 1929 to 1930, in New Julfa, he made copies of the wall paintings of the palaces of Armenian Khojas, Avedik and Petros. It is important to note that in this way, the artist saved an entire field of Armenian monumental art from oblivion. The work done by him was tremendous importance, especially today, because except for 1 or 2 examples, these Armenian buildings have been razed to the ground and their priceless frescoes destroyed once and for all. Thus, these copies hold an extraordinary important documentary value. While he was in Iran, Khachaturian started evening painting classes in New Julfa for art-loving young men and women living there. The Iranian Armenian painters Sambat Erkürerian and Yervant Nahapetyan, later to become renowned, were among those students. At the same time, Khachaturian founded Armenian Museum of Saint All-Savers Monastery in New Julfa, which exists till to this day. Later, in 1932, the one-man exhibition of these copies of the frescoes of Safavid palaces were presented in the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Here is a passage of an American art historian, Arthur Urham Pop's introduction to Sarkis Khachaturian's MoMA exhibition catalog. So a study of the origins and a comparison of the photographs of some of the panels with Mr. Khachaturian's facsimiles show that he has been faithful to an extraordinary degree. If one sets some of these facsimiles beside the originals, it is true that the copy appears in some cases a little more fresh and brilliant. But if the original be without any cleaning, there will be found the exact colors which Mr. Khachaturian has employed. So after returning to Paris in 1934, he organized a one-of-a-kind exhibition of replicas of Safavid Palace frescoes, introducing European art lovers and art historians to Persian monumental painting for the first time. This Khachaturian made his important contribution to the popularization of Persian art and became a well-known painter among the art historians. For his services to Iranian culture, he received the title of Khan from the Shah of Iran. Copies of murals made in Persia by Sarkis Khachaturian were exhibited in London, Copenhagen, Oslo, Stockholm, New York, Cairo, Paris, and elsewhere. Given the success of his work with the Isfahan and New Julfa mural copies, the skills he perfected in this process and the recognition he received, Khachaturian was eager to continue this part of his artistic practice. In 1937, Khachaturian was in Bombay, today Mumbai, wanting to make copies of Indian murals, but the governor of Bombay did not allow it. It was only after seeing the artist's portraits of Mahatma Gandhi and several landscapes depicting India at an exhibition organized by the Oriental Archaeological Society that he allowed Khachaturian to begin the project. Between 1937 till 1941, Painter visited India periodically and copied Buddhist wall paintings in the rock-cut chapels in Ajanta, Badami, Bagh, Sitanasaval, and other sites in India. In Ajanta caves, the Ajanta caves are 30 Buddhist cave monuments, which include paintings and rock-cut sculptures described as among the finest surviving examples of ancient Indian art, particularly expressive paintings that present motion through gesture, pose, and form. Most of these Indian frescoes, being in underground sanctuaries, were abandoned and forgotten. Their entrances were hidden by lush vegetation, and only in 1820 were they accidentally discovered by hunters. Being protected from the influence of light, the frescoes preserved the original appearance of the colors. Khachaturian lived in these dark and damp caves for 4 years. He worked like a hermit. The lack of natural light compelled the artist to have an assistant, an Indian child who helped to reflect sunlight in the darkness with white sheets and mirror to accurately reproduce the color palette in all the details. As Sarkis Khachaturian said, the discomfort and sacrifices of 4 years of travel, study, and work in distant lands, and at times in localities away from civilized centers that I had to endure was nothing compared with the greater test I was confronted with each time I was in those rock-cut temples facing an old fresco, those masterpieces of an Indian painting. After comparing the remnants of the Indian frescoes with Khachaturian's copies, it is obvious that painter managed to preserve the stylistic originality of the murals, the drawing, the rich color palette, the national description of spirit of the characters. During his work, Khachaturian paid attention even to the smallest details, crowns, ornaments, jewelry, and even tried to fill the missing parts by creating harmony in hands and feet of the represented creatures. He did not reproduce mechanically, but creatively recreated and revived the images, remaining those to the original. In 1941, Khachaturian settled in New York, where he lived until his death. But from time to time, he returned to India. The exhibition of those paintings in Persia, India, Egypt, Europe, and in USA brought him a great international fame, being viewed by great interest, a deep admiration, and receiving high evaluations from the greatest art critics of different nations. In 1943, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York organized an exhibition of his Indian mural copies. And in 1944, the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. organized another exhibition of these paintings. During the years of his Indian mural project, he also continued to create images that bear the personal stamp of his art. In New York, Khachaturian painted the portrait of Tigran Khan Kelekan, a great national philanthropist and world-renowned art collector. It is noteworthy that it is not the only painting made in futuristic style. Unfortunately, during the Second World War, many paintings with Armenian themes were destroyed in his Paris studio. In 1947, at the invitation of the French government, he went to Paris to exhibit replicas of Indian frescoes. This exhibition became the last of his exhibitions dedicated to that theme, and was a few weeks before the artist's death. After the exhibition, an American art historian, Urhan Pop, wrote that the contrast between two groups of paintings, which Mr. Khachaturian had copied, however, is quite striking. The Isfahan ones are secular, privileged, and festive. Those of India are profoundly serious, gravely emotional, the effortlessness of a deeply spiritual view of life. Over the course of his career, Khachaturian presented more solo exhibitions than any other Armenian artist. Following his death, later in 1947, his wife, also a painter, Vava, continued to organize exhibitions of his art, his works. From the study of the archives, letters, articles, documents, the paintings themselves, I learned that in India, the artist created more than 100 paintings. Some of them are in various museums of India, Europe, and America, but most of them are at the National Gallery of Armenia. Notably, the series of reconstructions of Persian and Indian frescoes has been acquired by the Guimet Museum in Paris. I hope to be able to continue to trace the artist's work in other museums and private collections, and eventually, hopefully, new branch of the National Gallery will appear and we'll have these amazing copies of Indian frescoes of Sarkis Khachaturian presented for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwajan, for your absolutely interesting presentation. So, as I promised, I want to give my perspective on the past in the present of Armenians in India. So, but first, I would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Sepu Aslanyan for organizing this conference. It's a great conference, and it's a landmark conference, I believe, which will have its continuation in very many ways. And also my profound gratitude for inviting me and all of us to attend. Talking about India, I'll be very brief because this is the end of today's conference. That's why I should be very brief. So, but I want to tell the following. Armenian community in India is very much unique. So we are a nation that have diaspora all over the world, but Armenian community in India, or Indo-Armenian or Armeno-Indian community, left a very profound imprint, not only on the Armenians in India, on the Indo-Armenian relations. We never can, in the span of the modern era Armenian history, we never can examine and discuss Armenian community in India just in the framework of Armenian-Indian relations. It has much broader impact, extended impact on the entire world, globally. When we take a look at that period, I talk about the period from 16th, 17th centuries all the way to the 19th century. We can see that everywhere where there is strong Armenian presence in diaspora communities, first of all in Iranian Armenian communities, and also in our homeland and everywhere else, all the way to Italy, we can see strong imprint and contribution of the Armenian community in India and Armenian philanthropists in India. So also another absolutely monumental achievement of the Armenian community in India is we talk about the blueprint, first blueprint of the Armenian Republican Constitution, which was written in Madras in the 18th century. We talk about first periodical Azdarar, 1794. We talk about bylaws, first bylaws of governing a community, again written in Madras. And when we compare with the later stage Constantinople bylaws, which we call Samanadritsun, so we see that strong foundation for that further absolutely crystallized bylaws, and very many other things. When we talk about Armenians in India, just in 3 cities, I use the old names, in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, there were 16 printing presses, and more than 10, I'm not counting Azdarar, more than 10 magazines, some of them lithographed magazines, were published in this period of 2 centuries. And but the main achievement of the community I'm not talking about national liberation thought, not talking about national liberation programs, but the main achievement that this small community at its most populous period, it was like several thousand only. It was one of the smallest communities. And this community was able to become a pivot of Armenian national and cultural revival. It boosted the entire revival processes globally, and also is a testimony to the fact that some of the Armenian communities, and namely I'm talking about this Armenian community in India, were able not only to focus on their internal community affairs, but were able to project culture, ideas, plans, documents like constitution, etc., all over Armenia. And when Armenia was conquered, when Armenia was under foreign rule, so the Armenian community was able to become the center of cultural and national revival. And it continued. We talk about Madras and Bombay in this time period, but about Calcutta, but we know that at some point Venice was, at some point New Julfa was, at some point Constantinople was, Tiflis, etc., centers of Armenian national revival. And the real value, if I can call it value, of the diaspora, also in this factor, that when Armenia proper, when the homeland is not capable to become the center for entire Armenians, then the diaspora assumes this role, which is really fantastic. And I want to read also what Mesrov Taghiyadian, by the way, he was teaching at Armenian College in Philanthropic Academy. Mesrov Taghiyadian has written about Armenians in India. And he was talking about the freedoms that Armenians enjoyed in India, about freedoms, about influence of European ideas, European thought through the British thought and other Europeans, because not only English, British were in India, but also French, Danes and others, even Italians. So he has written, such a state of affairs allowed Armenians based in India to carry out national projects. In the words of Mesrov Taghiyadian, whom I mentioned, when the Armenian, and I quote, when the Armenian communities of Madras and Calcutta were shining with their schools and printing presses, and their boys and girls were advancing in education, anybody speaking about the importance of the education of girls in the Ottoman Empire would have either been stoned or persecuted as a heretic, end of quote. So, to make my presentation short, let me tell that also I want to cite here Rabindranath Tagore, who is actually translated into Armenian, and I love reading Tagore in Armenian. Bengali, our poet, writer, playwright, and essayist who is a winner of Nobel Prize and one of the titans of the world literature. In 1926, while visiting the Armenian Methodist congregation on the island of San Lazaro in Venice, he spoke about the Armenian and Indian nations. It's very interesting about it. Not because I enjoy this beauty and peace gripping us, but due to the invisible bond that connects us through our deep roots, which are in the distant past of our two peoples' origins. We are different branches of one large tree. The blood that runs in your veins is our blood. And this brotherhood I felt in your persons today. Later on, he was visiting Tehran in 1932, and he told the following. And wherever he was going, Armenian community was organizing meetings and events for him. You Armenians left behind a long history of martyrdom. On the background of your sufferings in the past, your hearts are open for feelings of sympathy towards the whole humankind. And talking about the past in the present, let me tell that there are few nations only for which past, the history plays role in shaping modern day political, economic, and even military relations, not only cultural. So one of those nations are India, and also Armenia. For us, history plays role, sometimes too much role, but that's the fact. So what I want to tell, when Armenia became independent in 1991, September 91, India recognized independence of Armenia in December, even I will tell December 17 of 91. And then on August 31 of 92, established diplomatic relations. So since then, in 1995, it's fascinating, just after 3 years, in 1995, an agreement on friendship and cooperation, which is the highest level of bilateral legal basis, was signed between Armenia and India during the visit of Armenian president to India, was signed, which has very broad, a lot of provisions. It's a framework agreement, and also it has a provision on consultations during the period of threat to one of the nations, so topmost level. And it's amazing that normally nations reach such level of cooperation only after not years, but decades of cooperation together. But Armenia and India were able to do that at that time. And I want to bring to your attention another fact. When in 1998, in Pokhran, which is in Rajasthan, India conducted nuclear tests, which is called, those tests are called Pokhran 2. After that, it was a breach of comprehensive treaty ban on nuclear tests. So, and the entire world community was very critical of India because they were viewing this nuclear test as part of India-Pakistan arms race and competition. But Indian mentality, approach, thought was much broader. They also included in this not only Pakistan, but also China. So, and in the circumstance of deteriorating security conditions for India, Armenia was the only country in the world, which came up with a very interesting official statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The statement was that Armenia strictly adheres to the principle of non-proliferation and also calls upon India to adhere to this principle, but at the same time approaches with understanding to the security concerns of India. And you know what happened? I humbly should say that I was the author of that statement. And after that, immediately the ambassador of India to Armenia, who resided in Kiev, Ukraine at the time, so flew Ambassador Sonia, and I was Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, 98. We had a meeting in Yerevan in my office, and he told that, you know what, the government of India decided immediately to open an embassy in Yerevan and to elevate the level of cooperation to a topmost level. And as far as it's the middle of the financial year, they decided to close another diplomatic mission, I would not tell which one in the world, close that and direct the funding for that diplomatic mission towards opening an embassy in Yerevan. And in March 1999, the embassy was established in Yerevan with resident ambassador, and I had the pleasure also to become the first Armenian ambassador in India, concurrently to Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Nepal in 2000. So let me stop here. Thank you very much once again. Thank you to panelists. Thank you to Dr. Aslanian. And thank you to all other organizations that sponsored this conference. Thank you.
So as usual, I'm going to be fielding questions myself. And we have enough time. We're a little late, but we do have some leeway. And so for that purpose, before I field questions, I wanted to personally thank Ambassador Baiportian for those very interesting and incredibly informative comments that only a former ambassador would have. So thank you very much. Armin, I'm at your debt as a human being for doing the work that you do. And Satenig, I'm I was very, very impressed by your presentation and by Sarkis Khachaturian's incredible life. So with that said, questions for the panelists, again, that have to do with the topic of their presentations. Yes, Shoshana, you're in the back. Shoshana.
Yes, please.
Yes. Oh, and also, yes, I'll take him later. I forgot.
Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful presentations. My question is for Vachagan Tatevosyan. I'm curious, both historically and currently, what the draw, particularly of students not from the community in Calcutta, has been to attend the Armenian College and Philanthropic Academy. And in your response, if you could please also address the role of English as the primary language of instruction. I'm also curious about the kind of ideological positioning of the various languages at the school. So English, Armenian, and also if you could please address the role of Bengali, Hindi, and Urdu. What do the language dynamics look like at the school, and how important is the role of English as the primary language of instruction in terms of attracting students? And does the school have, what is the school's stance on kind of the role of Armenian as a second language or as a mode of instruction, as a legacy?
Thank you for the question. The Armenian language, as you know, it's a second language in the Armenian school, not only in India, it's everywhere where we have Armenian schools. So, and English language is the first language, and everything, communication and all classes, except Armenian language, literature, and history, everything goes on English. So, but children are learning Armenian language as it is in Armenia, like Armenian standard. So the same standard we take in La Martinia school for the as second language for Armenian students.
Yes, thank you so much to Satenik and Armin. Your talks were. I had a question to Satenik. I was blown away, and it seems that in sort of the art history that I know, from starting from the genocide to Arthur Pope to Strugovsky to Tagore, India. Your artist is like the glue that was everywhere, and that someone who has looked into this history, he doesn't come up. And so, but he was incredibly everywhere. I mean, from Paris to, could you talk about a little bit about how he perceived and presented himself as an artist and made all of these connections possible where others couldn't?
Thank you for the question. Actually, yeah, it was exactly like that. Like he was a glue that was connecting everyone and connecting, like making bridges with all the nations wherever he was, and connecting all the Armenians. And even which was interesting, that wherever he was going, India or Iran, he was teaching everywhere, like teaching kids, teaching young students, and trying to preserve what was their Armenian, let's say, or to combine to connect all the Armenians together, to work together, to be like a team, as he did in Paris with Hovset Pushman, who was the director of Ani Group, and he was very well known in US also. Pushman at that time even presented a painting to US president at that time, and it was hanged in White House. So it's very interesting. But all these painters, they were working together and trying to preserve what is not even Armenian. Like they were trying, especially Seth Khachaturian, he was trying to preserve heritage, which was like world heritage, not only Armenian, but also not only Armenian, but also world heritage. And that's why he was accepted by everyone. I mean, wherever he was having exhibition or wherever he was going, he was very well introduced, and it was very interesting how he was combining everything. But unfortunately, why I decided to start this research, because everyone has forgotten. And hopefully soon everyone will be able to see them. And I'm trying to find other paintings which are in different museums all over the world, and even in auctions. You can find, if you even Google him, you will find a lot of paintings that are still on the display, and well, everyone can buy it. So it's interesting. I hope I answered your question.
The question over there.
Thank you. Ambassador Baputian gave an excellent summary of the Armenians in India over the centuries, and indicating that their influence was much larger than their number was. My question is, what was their number like over the last 100 or 200 years? What was the maximum number they had, the number of schools, publications, and overall numbers, if it's possible?
So we use several sources to figure out the number of Armenians in India in different periods. So, for example, if I ask you a question, what is the number of Armenians in the United States today? You will get different responses, and the first sort are census. So, but the census gives the number of Armenians in the US just 400, 500,000. So in reality, the number is 1.5 million. So I can explain why we have such a gap, such a difference. In India, so calculations bring us, and I believe Dr. Aslanyan also will concur, will agree with me. So it brings us to a conclusion that very roughly, other sources are Armenian church sources that I mentioned, Armenian community sources, brings us to conclusion several thousand, but no more than 5,000 at its most.
I would say that it depends on the period that we're talking about. In the 19th century, because of vast migration from Jolfa, the numbers may have gone up to a few thousand, but in the period that most of us are covering here, in the early modern period, pre-modern, let's say before 1800, the most Armenians in any one given place did not exceed 280 at the most. Most of the communities were within the range of 60 to 120 or so. So again, this goes back to reinforcing what you said and what you said as well about the outsized performance of the Armenians. They punch above their weight usually when it comes to.
I didn't understand that the 200. So what do you mean?
What I mean is, look, there are plenty of ways of judging how many numbers there are. None of them are reliable 100%. But if you are a critical historian, you can use multiple sources. So I rely on correspondence and letters. I can tell you that in Madras, we have letters by Venetian Armenian monks, who say in the 1780s or 1770s when they arrived, they give precise numbers because they're reporting back to the abbots. And they say the number of Armenians in Madras was 180. And at some point, 200, maybe 220, 250. Calcutta became a city with over 1,000 Armenians only in the 19th century. I'm absolutely certain of that. And some people tend to inflate the numbers. Mesrov said at one point, you're going to think I have an agenda against Seth, but Mesrov said at one point that 20,000 Armenians has 20,000 Armenians have set foot, or 20,000 feet have touched the ground in India between 1500 and 1800, or 1500 in the present, across 400 to 500 years. And of course, yes, maybe if you count feet separately, maybe 20,000, but I doubt it. And at any given time, sedentary population did not exceed more than a few hundred before the 19th century.
That's very much correct. I agree. And also, I will refer when I mentioned census, there were Brown and John Abdal in India, who has work based on the census of Armenians in yes, 19th century, 20th, and done first quarter of the 19th century. And he refers to the number, the largest at that time. He mentions 1,200 something, or even less than, but more than 1,000 that period. But before, I completely agree with you, like few hundred only.
In some cases, it's even much less.
Yes.
But again, it's not about numbers, it's about outside performance and quality of
Yes.
the people who were there in terms of their relationship to cultural production, in that sense of quality.
There is also another factor that normally we don't talk about this, but in this context, I will speak about this. The number of Armenians at the later period, 1980, 20th century, is much more that is reflected in Armenian church documents and other materials. Why? Because we have the same phenomenon in some other places when there are very strict criteria who is Armenian, and that is made for baptism, criteria for baptism, who can be baptized in the Armenian church. And very many Armenians, regrettably, as a result of intermarriages, they are not eligible to be baptized in the Armenian church. So that's the case over there. And so when the church counts the numbers, so those Armenians are left out.
Regrettably, from the point of view of the church. Yes. So I want to give time for the other speakers as well, particularly Seth and Armen as well. I have a very quick question for Armen, and I will go back to the floor for questions. Armen, do you know if the work that you have done, your team has done in Dhaka to renovate the church?
Yeah.
You know what, financially speaking, and feel free to decline answering this question. I know for a fact that all the churches in Armenia and India have been renovated in an exquisite manner, very impressive. But of course, that is to a large extent because of Sir Khachaturian Polchater's incredible legacy that he left to the Mahdiya as well as the Armenian churches in Calcutta for renovation work. I think as HSBC stocks were given, he was one of the earliest investors. He's a billionaire in the 1920s. And he left a huge fortune to the Armenians. Has that money been used in Dhaka as well, or does the definition of India exclude Dhaka? Because at the time that he gave the money, it was basically Bangladesh was part of.
Actually, that's a good question, Sehu. Mr. Martin was always complaining that that fund that the Paul Chater left, I mean, for the Indian community, but back then Bangladesh was part of that community too. But no, Bangladesh hasn't received a penny of that money.
May I add to that?
Yeah, so I mean, all the renovation and all what we're doing, I mean, it's being, done by contribution of people in the UK, I mean, the Titian family, friends in Singapore, friends in Hong Kong. So in the church, I mean, has some resources too.
May I add? Sure. A quick point. So Haji Paul Chater, so before he died in 1926, he purchased some shares of Hong Kong Shanghai Bank at that time, which is equal to, in today's terms, to $25 million, approximately $30 million. And it yields interest every year. And the interest is different depending on the market. But my point is that there is official trustee, which is government of West Bengal, state, easternmost state in India, which receives the money. And after that, the money is distributed, provided to the Holy Church of Nazareth, and strictly based on the bylaw, the church is able to distribute the money. So they cannot do whatever they want, so extend the funding to like the church in Bangladesh, etc.
Any questions particularly for Sakani? Akop, is there a question for Sakani?
A general question.
Okay.
These merchants, they were so rich that with current value, they were probably like in trillions of dollars. What happened to them? I mean, why didn't they organize themselves into a global company or something and become really, influential worldwide? What happened? Why?
I don't know.
I know, I can answer, regarding the situation in Bangladesh. They were very rich people, but as, here, Sebu and Mr. Vaibuti and I pointed out, they were just very few hundred people. So they were rich, so maybe they were, 50 families. They were rich, so they said, okay, we will build a church, we will do everything. But then, with the time, that's unsustainable. So that's why, then the church, when these people, the heirs of these families either run out of money or maybe they left and moved elsewhere. So the church, and the compounds were in frank disarray. So that's a problem. When we were building all these properties, especially in Calcutta, so we have, I don't know how many churches, club and everything. So it's not that easy to maintain that when there is no real community.
Let me quickly answer that question.
Some states
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, actually, they haven't gathered together, but they were financially supporting many artists, and even in New Julpa, we know that they have sponsored many churches and even art. And it's very interesting, the trade that they have left, but unfortunately they didn't gather, not in India, not in Iran, unfortunately, but the trade that they have left, thanks to them, we have art and culture in general. At that time, they were main sponsors. Somehow I'm sometimes comparing with, the time at the medieval period, we had kings and queens that were supporting, and this period we had merchants who were wise enough to sponsor Armenian culture.
Of course, most of the cultural production actually came from India.
Exactly.
It did recycle itself, but it didn't become a permanent stuff anywhere.
Yeah.
But it is the same situation with the church in Singapore. So we have a beautiful, magnificent church, but they were not. I think there were 12 families altogether at the peak.
Not even, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not even that. So
yeah. So is there a question to Sakani? Because I want to pursue the Khachaturian one further. I think it's much more excellent. Yes.
This question can be answered by anyone, and I would appreciate everyone's response. It's a really wonderful platform you've all been brought here on today. How common knowledge is this amongst the Armenian community and the Indian community about this Armenia and India connection? This is a general question, and I would love everyone to respond. And then I do have another question after this, just in quick succession. Because I got this invitation because of Dr. Kev Abazaji and Donna Isirovine. We're trying to create like an Armenian Indian working group together, and he forwarded this conference information to me because he couldn't come, and I was floored. I said I had no idea there's connection between Armenia and India. It's so rich and deep. So please, I would love for each one of you to speak. How common knowledge is this amongst the Armenian community at large, and then among the Indian community in terms of like a cultural exchange? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I can say about Armenian community. Well, in Armenia, the connections are very strong, and even there, which is very interesting, there are marriages between Indians and Armenians. And even there are very interesting communication in terms of supporting art. I can speak about art history. So it's very interesting, and even now everything is going towards more connected work, let's say teamwork. So I think hopefully the situation is getting better and better. At least I can see that in Armenia, in terms of Indian-Armenian connections.
Let me add that today India is one of the closest to Armenia countries in terms of strategic partnership. It's an ally, very strong ally, vital ally, I would tell. But also in all realms, starting from culture, economy, and others. So Armenia strongly cooperates with India. And let me give you a fact of latest period. So there are a few countries in the world that have supercomputer, as you know, supercomputer running like the most sophisticated exercises can be done and modeled. So India is one of those countries. There are a few. Even Japan, which is one of the most advanced, doesn't have its own. Other countries provide. So India provided to Armenia supercomputer at Yerevan State University. So it took a long time to achieve that, but this is one of the manifestations of cooperation. But it's everywhere you can see that very strongly, including in culture. And by the way, Indian movies are very popular in Armenia. Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
It's true. Actually, if I may add to that very quickly, relating to Satya's topic today. I had the pleasure a few months ago to visit someone's house in New Jersey who owns a vast collection of Pushman paintings, as well as Ivazovsky's. And I was stunned by a painting, original painting of Gandhi, a portrait of Gandhi, for which apparently Gandhi sat for Khachaturian. Do you know anything? Can you elaborate on the relationship between Gandhi and Khachaturian? Do you have any information? I know it's not really germane.
Yeah, no, but I haven't found anything about that. So it's very interesting because he had painted twice. So different positions, different. Yeah. And the other one is at the National Gallery's collection. So I think it's possible that he sat for him to be portrayed because it is very vivid, very interesting. For both of them are very interesting, and it is possible. Unfortunately, we don't have many details about Khachaturian's life. We have these archives at the National Gallery, which I had studied, but also his wife Baba was very interesting personality and very interesting lady. She was posing for Matisse and many French artists at that time in Paris. So she was connecting everyone. They were amazing couple. And in Tiflis, in Tbilisi, and even actually this is very funny. Even Ruben Mamoulian, very famous director, American Armenian director, he was in love with Vava Khachaturian, and there is a very interesting. I think that's why Turkey left for India and Iran because there was something between Mamoulian and Vava. Yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah. He decided to give his energy to world heritage, and yeah, this is very interesting. All the connections, and you are getting new details about Armenian, very important Armenian artists, in a way.
And
yeah,
last comment, the Ajanta connection.
Yeah.
And this connects to the question about how popular, how well known this relationship between Armenians and Indians is. The first time I heard about Khachaturian was a year and a half ago. I read a Twitter account message by the ambassador of India to Armenia, Jaishankar Subramanian. And I was stunned, and it said, Ajanta is in Armenia, exclamation mark. And I thought, what is this Ajanta? And that's how I became aware of Sarkis Khachaturian, and I began to think about ways of incorporating him in this context. So I'm really grateful that we found the right person.
Yeah, we invited him to the National Gallery, and afterwards, minister from Indian Minister of Foreign Affairs, he was at the National Gallery, and we showed him all the paintings, well, most of the paintings of Sarkis Khachaturian, because they are huge and actually in different shapes, and he was amazed, he was impressed, and he said that hopefully soon he will help to have a new branch of National Gallery with the paintings of Khachaturian. Yeah.
We have time for one more question, but preferably by someone else if possible. If there's someone else, and then if there isn't, I'll go back. There's a lady there. There's a lady. Okay, in the back, the woman leading the green.
Unfortunately, the microphone has died, but this part's still connected to Zoom.
It's okay, I can do. I actually have a question for Varchakan, if he's still there. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. I just have a question about the school. I know couple of years ago, it was the 200th anniversary of the school, and there was supposed to be a function, and all the students that are moved on and they're settled in US, we were planning to come back to India. Will that celebration be?
Oh, yeah.
Are they planning to have a celebration for the school, the 200? I know it happened during COVID, so nobody was able to fly back. So any plans that they're going to have that celebration for the school?
Yes. As you know, because of COVID, everything was canceled. But
Yes.
in this year, school is going to everything organized already, just waiting for guests. Yeah, 2nd of April, it will happen, and we are expecting many guests from not only India and abroad.
Oh, 2nd of April.
Yes, 202 years anniversary.
Wow. Well, I'll be missing it.
So,
I'm
welcome.
sorry. I'm one of the old students over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. It's interesting. You can visit
From
if it's
DGS
possible.
and ACBA. Yeah, back then DGS was still a school that the girls resided. That was a dormitory to reside there, but the schooling was at the boys' school, but now it's united as.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish we had that on the website.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to use my executive power here to call this really stimulating day of excellent presentations. Thank you, Vajay. Thank you so much for joining us from there.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Along with Shanta.
Thank you.
But we promise to fix that next time. So
Yes, Al-Shnorakal. Arganknigus.
For coming today, we have a very interesting lineup of talks tomorrow at the Fowler Museum, beginning at 11:30, I believe, where the introductions take place, and then a series of panels, 2 or 3 panels, culminating in a very important keynote address. So I hope to see each and every one of you, plus others, I hope, at this event tomorrow at the Fowler. Again, thank you so much for coming, and it was really wonderful to learn so much from everyone. Thank you.